Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Rise of Legends Season 3, powered by Prime Brook. Yes, guys, we are back into the zone right now because it's upper bracket finals. Yes, guys, the tournament is in the verge of end right now, and we are into the upper bracket finals.
Fight!
So
Fight for the
this upper
ultimate
bracket finals is
answer.
between two of the best teams of India, IGN, who don't know them, and the Mizo King. We all call
Butterflies
them Mizo
born
King.
by
They
my
are the
wish,
proud.
guided
They're the
by
pride of
lantern's
Mizo
light.
Realm. They're none other than
Always
Zohan.
on the
It's Zohan
way.
versus IGN. And the casting deck, it's your boy STZ, and with me, I'm going to share my casting, what you can say, my casting deck with someone special. I think when I started casting after 1 month, I heard about him, and he's totally one of the finest caster of India. At that time, he was doing at Northeast Cup, but I have no chance to do it to at that event because I was a newbie caster. So at that moment, I was literally thinking to do casting alongside him, and I tried a lot to do that. When he agreed on it, but time doesn't match, and obviously right now we are here. I'm going to do my first
Muscle of
casting with him,
iron,
so I'm very excited
bones of
about it. It's
steel.
none than my bro Crooks. Hello Crooks, how are you?
That was an unbelievably
Magic is my
long
life.
introduction for me. Thank you so much, Ashizi. But then again, let's just jump into the drafting and the bans. Right now, we see the Hilda, the Matilda. That sounds like a poem. Harrius, Gatot, and Zushin get banned. I think they're very reasonable bans, don't you think?
Obviously. Beautiful bands from both these sides. If you're gonna see that Gatotkacha and the Jushin, both the meta bands coming from the Zohan sides, and IGN are going for their hybrid band. Obviously, you don't want to give the hybrid to the Zohan. They have a great hybrid player. Even though the Granger is open right now, what do you think? If Zohan going to ban that Granger, or again we're gonna see? The God Aaron, the creator, will be having his Granger.
Hey yo, Granger, as much as I've seen, he's such a powerhouse. Gets a bullet, gets a target, and that's it. He
Experience the
literally
euphony of
deletes people
suffering.
off of the map, especially with that Sky Piercer. I think even in the gold lane, pretty useful. He gets the Granger pick, and not gonna lie, wait, did they
one
get
can
the Granger
escape
pick?
my iron fist.
I think they banned Badang and they went for the Granger
My
Zohan.
tail's been
That's a
itching
nice
for a
pick.
real
I'm happy
fight.
for that. Kalea is with Team IGN right now. Okay, Zo's in with the Kalea, new hero. This
Let's
new
fight
hero
to
is
our heart's
totally full
content.
package, Crooks. You got the region, you got the body slam, you, you got the CC, you got everything. So you need that guy right now. You should ban that guy, but they didn't. And right now we're gonna see that
The
Lucas
immortal
and
one
Granger will
chose
be
me
picked
to
from the
vanquish
Zoan
the
side. And I'm damn
shadows
sure
that
Lucas
plague
is going
this
for the jungle.
world.
Hey yo, thanks for covering up. I actually
Punch
had a
for a
little
punch.
network connection issues. And back to the draft, like you mentioned, Kalia is just like a new show, especially with that healing. Too good, man. But then again, that Phobius in that team is going to seal the deal with Kalia and also Phobius. Together, they're going to do a lot. And that Suyu early snowball is going to be required, and I think Kalia can do that for them. But like you mentioned, Lucas in the jungle, not the best option unless, of course, you're going for the War Axe build and not the Sky Piercer one. It's
Only
going to be
love
totally fine
and
because you're
night
the
are
sustainer and you
everlasting.
let Sicilian and Ranger. I was just thinking about Sicilian because, well, these three are pairing up really good together, and for some reason, most pro teams are using them.
Obviously, I was thinking about the Forza maybe because that would have been a great combo, a poke burst combo from the side of Zone because they got the Granger, but it's okay. Sicilian is also good because we all know he's the godfather of the late game. He has a lot of stacks at the late game and can give so much damage. But about the Kalea and the Phobius thing, the chain CC, they are trying for a chain CC strategy, and it
Where
will work
there's
great
light,
against a
there are
Lucas
also
or
shadows.
mobility type hero. Though Team Zoan should have tried that thing, but because Suyu was there in their opponents, but it's okay. IGN is going for it right now. Let's go for the second batting phase in this match. The first set is going on. It's a BO3, guys. Where are you all? Are you all up or not? Because this is upper bracket finals at the Rise of Legends Season 3, powered by Prime Brook. Hit the subscribe button, share the stream to your friends. Don't forget to comment down over in the chat. Tell me who's gonna win this match, IGN or Zohan. And don't forget to like the stream, guys. Okay, Crooks, tell me what is going on in the ban right now.
Ayo, right now we see the Lu Yi getting banned. The first ban of the banning section. Two, it's Zohan banning in the Lu Yi. Obviously, Team IGN don't have the
My
mage
mission
pick yet.
is to protect
That
lives.
only leads them to have a few possible options like the Farsa that you mentioned, and maybe also Selena is open too. But then again, Team Zohunt they have no picks in the Roam and EXP section. Like you said, the Lucas is probably in the jungle position. Hylos, good contender in the EXP lane, or maybe the
Among
Roam,
the
and maybe a
planes
Gato
exists
Kacha.
the
Both of these,
equilibrium,
Gato Kacha is already
which
banned.
I
I
was
think
made
that Hylos
for.
is reasonable.
Obviously, I'm damn sure about that high loss pick. I mean, ban right now from the IGN side. Ghetto and high loss, both of them got banned, but CC is still open. CC is a winning lane hero. They can go for the CC EXP against Phobius, but due to mobility, I don't think they will go for that because Phobius can counter the CC in the early game. But even though he can counter, but CC will be, I mean, fabulously good for the side of Zohan because they can go with that CC for the backliners of Team IGN. Because yet IGN is about to pick their mage, and I'm thinking about the first from the witch, or maybe we're gonna see a Eve. I'm not
Let's
sure
hear from
about
the
it, but
crowd.
it will
Make
be
some
a
noise for
fun thing to
yours
watch right now.
truly.
What IGN gonna pick for their mage because Eve is already got banned.
Well, then again, Barca is one of the best picks for their team. IGN could be scouting on the Sparsa, but then again, nobody's really banned her. She's been overbuffed, if I'd say. And IGN have given the first chance of the first and second picking phase to Zohunt. Well, obviously, they will get the first pick. And like you mentioned, the CC is a good contender, but they need a lot of tankiness. Maybe a Terizla, someone who can actually carry their team in the front lines, making sure they don't actually get squished behind. Because they have two amazing damage dealers, especially in the mid to late game. They have all the advantage they need. All they need right now is something for the early phase, maybe the mid game.
I might not be a lightning man, but I do know my
And with that, you can
trade.
see the CC got banned, and this pick is really out of syllabus from the side of Zone right now. I mean, Barats. There, I'm damn sure this Lucas is going for EXP, and we're gonna see a jungle Barat after a long time in the Indian tournament scenario. I'm going to see a Barat jungle. We don't see it a lot over here because I
Payback
think that
time.
in India there are not much utility jungler users. No, I mean, not so many. Just like if you're going to see PH and MPL PH and other tournaments, there you're gonna see so many
I've
utility
been
junglers
waiting for
playing. But
too
right now,
long.
again, Crooks and me got right about our jurisdiction, we can say.
I might
Forza
not
and
be a
the carry
lightning
pick.
man, but I
Carry pick
do
is
know
a
my trade.
right to point pick, Crooks. What do you think?
I'm gonna be honest with you. They needed frontliners. It carries the
Little
absolute
Acorn
melting
Grove.
tank destroyer, and both Beleric and Barretts are gonna have a time for their life running away from her. But the Farsa too has the range, makes sure that they can zone out both Granger and also Sicilian. Dude, that pick is beautiful. Their draft is amazing. However, Zohan 2 relies on a very, very niche strat that allows the backliners to be protected. And I think it works out. The execution is where it's at, and I hope Zohunt can actually get it done this time around.
The Mizo Kings versus IGN, one of the OG squad of India, who is just reigning in the MLBB scenario from 2019 when the game was MLBB till the game was MOBA 5v5. The IGN name is still, I mean, they are carved in the golden letters. And with this, we are going into the match right now, the first set between IGN versus Johan. We can see the junglers are taking up their aggro. And I'll ask Justin to change my pick from his pick.
But look at that though, the Neo Beast skin for Farsa, newly released, and it looks amazing. Sicilian though has the advantage, clears the lane fast enough, and Farsa herself was able to clear everything, and now is helping her jungler push the blue buff, and make sure he gets to the EXP lane. I think that rotation is kind of confusing.
Yup.
I wonder.
This is kind of, I mean, out of blue, you can say. And with this, we're gonna see the first pause and the first set. Maybe, I mean, something from both these sides. Maybe Johan, maybe IGN. I'm not sure about the server because I think the server is same. It's a Bengal server. IGN versus Johan, both are from the northeast, so Bengal server maybe. But right now, Crooks, what do you think? I mean, the composition, if you're gonna talk about it, Team Zohan is having 3 tanky, and there is a tank killer carry. What do you think? What's gonna happen in this match?
Carrie has a set role, I'll be honest with you. Carrie and also Phobius make sure the front line is completely engaged, while Farsa, maybe Kalia goes in the back line, make sure they get one person or two and take them down, and Sicilian and Granger have their work cut out for them. Talking about the drafting, I'd say that niche strategy where you have a tanky front line and a ton of damage to the back line, it works, but it is questionable, like I mentioned. Look at the same with Claws connecting onto the Kalia, also doing a ton of damage with the back impact.
Obviously, I mean, this is what the early game damage coming from the side of Zohan right now. Even though they have the late game capacity because Sicilian is there, Baratz is there, Baratz will be helping a lot. But I'm a bit confused that I thought that Baratz will be in the jungle side and Lucas will be managing the EXP lane. But right now we can see that Baratz is the EXP and Lucas in the jungle. Already there's poking damage is coming from the side of that Granger. The turtle is about to come to the first turtle objective into the land of Dawn. Crooks, what do you think? Who had the greater chance to take down that first turtle?
Position-wise, I think Team IGN have the advantage in terms of turtle, but they don't have vision on the enemy team. Zohan is completely off the map. They're in that bush, and I think Suyu is going to land himself in trouble sometime soon, but there's no flicker gameplay that I'm seeing possibly, but the same with Claws has revealed their position. They have to step out, but Phobius is on time for the mid lane fight. I think they're doing good. I think IGN have the advantage. I think Lucas going to take his red buff. He's a little too slow compared to the Suyu. I think Team IGN have the advantage in this fight.
Yeah, and with this, we can see the river control and the jungle control is right now into the hand of IGN. So, as Crooks was saying that they will have the advantage for the turtle. Maybe they are literally going for it, but they're waiting for the Zohan to start it, the turtle land, so that they can contest for it in the latter phase and can get it through the red tree battle. Because we all know that Respect have a great red tree. I mean, power in himself. He doesn't miss it very easily. And with this, we can see.
Dude, Kalia is just able to take Lucas so far away from the turtle, allowing his team to take the turtle in peace. Phobius is engaging. He wants some more kills for his team. They've already got one. They want more. Lucas is down, and I think the second boss is in the house. Damn, I feel like Rocket.
I'm sure this is from the Zohan side, maybe, because I don't think IGN gonna do a pause at this moment. They got the turtle. They were about to getting some kills at this moment. They're in the upper hand side right now. 1 kill, 1 turtle, everything. The trade goes to IGN right now. And that moment when Zozen just went for the Lucas Kingblade, that was something. I mean, Dusty Mizo was not spared by Zozen at that moment. That was a nice gameplay coming out from IGN side, and then an easy turtle for the side of IGN.
Definitely, dude. The Kalia, great gameplay. She was able to take away the most important person in that turtle fight, allowing the retribution to be sealed from the side of Team IGN. Dude, I love the way how their team actually made sure Lucas was taken out later on, but the way they actually engaged in that first turtle fight, that was peak. There's a reason why IGN is at the top, and that is what we're seeing right now.
Obviously. And with this, the pause is getting some time right now in this first set, but it's giving some strategy for IGN as well as Zohan right now. They're taking up their time. It's good. I mean, maybe this is the last pause from the side of Zohan because we can't go for a third pause if your net is breaking out or something like that. It's the rule. I'm thinking so. But it's okay. I mean, it's on organizer's side. If they will want, they can give it. They don't want, they will not give it. It's on them already totally. But we will talk about the draft right now. As we can see, the first blood gone in the hand by the Phobius. So, and with this, the pause is about to resume. And with this, we are into the match, Crooks.
We're back and we see that Beleric is in the top side. He's very low and will be forced to go back to base, even though Kalia and Phobius were trying to get the kill on her. And look, Farsa, that skin is amazing. So you almost caught him, but he didn't. Instead, it was Kalia who chain CC'd her, Sicilian down until Farsa got the kill. Sicilian is down and Beleric cannot do anything. Even though Ranger is there, I don't think they can engage without thinking twice. And I think Phobius is positioned well. The ultimate from the Farsa. There goes the Granger back to the base, straight ticket, and there is Farsa literally getting kills with that amazing skin. I love the skill effects.
Beautiful, beautiful. Not only the skill effects, but the positioning from this Forza is too great. I mean, the way she went for that, look at that. Forza will be punished right now from the Lucas. Bandmaker already been on, Beast is on there, Sliver affect me. Kalia is in a very bad position right now. And Sliver managed to escape Zoltan. Managed to escape with the Sliver of HP. Did you saw that?
With the feathered airstrike, takes down the Beleric before anything could even be said. Lucas will also be taken out because Carry does too much damage. And Lucas, all you have is HP. You cannot sustain all of that damage.
Embrace the beast, guys. It's not the beast right now, it's the beast right now. It's Veach, who is playing too great right now. If you're gonna see the position of this Farsa in each and every gank, she is about to do the best thing she's doing right now. Because, I mean, just look at that. Whenever a gank is going up on IGN, she is waiting for the moment, and she will be in the backline in a perfect position where you cannot reach her. And if you're gonna see team Zohan doesn't have someone who can reach the backliners.
Definitely not, because they have to keep making sure the frontliners are engaged. That means Cillian and Granger will be in trouble in every single team fight. And I think IGN's draft has completely countered them. And look, the Barrett's ultimate used to no avail. Phobius gets the kill on the Barrett, who just jumps in and smashes his head with our... Well, look at that though. The Suyu just jumps in and gets the kill on the Beleric. Well, before I could even complete myself.
Crooks, I don't want to criticize, but was that necessary at that moment? That flicker ult from the Barats. I mean, that was an overextension for real.
I think he was a little too late. If he actually used it a little bit earlier, he would have gotten somebody and gotten the HP back from the ultimate. He would have survived. That could have been a possibility. Even if he didn't survive, that would have been a sure kill for the side of Team Zohan. They could have gotten the advantage in that team fight, but, well, I guess criticizing is required because we don't want to see stuff that endangers your team and your chances of victory, but that cannot be said for IGN. They're going to get the second Lord of the match. And not gonna lie, I think Zohan's fate is sealed.
Second Lord for them. It's a free one again. Each and every neutral objectives right now into the hand of Respect. I mean IGN. And Zohan is trying their best to be in the match, but the backliners are not doing efficiently good what they were thinking about. I mean, when they made the drop, they were thinking about the backliners. Had a very nice ban, I can say, on that Matilda. Because if you're gonna see a Matilda ban, because Matilda with a Lucas would have helped a lot to the Zohan side, but right now they doesn't have that thing. And look at that! Oh my goodness, he was about to engage, but the innovators will be falling down in the bot side right now. The Lord is enforcing into the base with the Mega Minions coming up to the innovators again. They're trying to defend the Lord. It will be an easy defend from the side of Zohan. We're gonna see one more Lord maybe, Crooks.
I think there will be another Lord because right now IGN cannot push enough to actually destroy the inhibitors and the Nexus at once, but that cannot be said. Top lane tier 3 will be taken out. The Farsa's ultimate, the Feather Airstrike, zoning out everyone from the side of Team Zohan. They are left to defend. They have the tier 3 in the mid side, but it's not enough. They need to make sure they could win a few more team fights.
Obviously, and I think that the lane management was the real problem with that Lord, because when they went for the Lord, they should have taken some minions with them. Otherwise, that was the main thing which backlasses the IGN at that moment. Otherwise, they would have finished the game at that moment, because look at the goal lead is 10.4k already for the side of IGN. They are literally having the advantage of gold. They're literally having the advantage of the whole map, because we're gonna see all blues in this red side. You were seeing that thing right now.
The only tower that's been taken out in this match completely is it's a hilarious thing if you think about it. Only top tier one was taken out from the side of Team IGN. Only one tower was taken, and that is just sad. At this point, I think Team Zohunt need to make sure they're using their resources right because, well, I see the Granger using the Sky Piercer, but it's not helping. They're not getting any kills. It's 20-5. It's not looking good for Zohunt, and I think they need to invest in items that actually will give results. And well, pretty much that's pretty much it because Zohunt are in the losing side. They need to make sure they can actually survive the next few waves of minions because if not, they're gonna lose this game.
I mean, I know this is the Mizo's powerhouse, but right now, IGN is just taking out each and every power from them because they're not giving a chance to even, I mean, not a single chance for them, for the Zohan side, to take on the IGN members or the turrets, anything. Even the Lord. I mean, look at the jungle control. You perfect L2 L1 bush is been guarded by the side of IGN easily. So I mean, no way you can contest for the Lord, even though you have each
Oh,
and every resources. Cannot do it. And already the
look
Lord
at
have
that,
started with a body slam
dude.
coming from the Kalea.
Man, oh man, that Kalia did so much to make sure at least Barrett's would have been taken down. Belleric was almost low too, but he was able to escape, and that kept Barrett in a bad position. And the Lord is now been slain. The third Lord of the match is finally on. Is I hope it's the last Lord because obviously any dragged out fights could actually put IGN's position in harm's way, and they cannot afford that. They need to make sure they actually finish it with this Lord.
With this, they're going on to the base right now with two members. Oh, I mean, only one member down from the side of IGN right now, resurrecting back win. But the thing is, I mean, they're replenishing the gold right now. If they can manage to defend the Lord this time, maybe we're gonna see a comeback. But right now, the fight is engaging. Crooks.
Oh, there goes Belleric. He will be taken out by the carry. He's doing too much damage. Lucas also getting taken out. Even though he used the Sacred Beast form, he had the CC, but not enough. Thatsuyu will get the kill on the Barretts, and I think one person going down from the side of Team IGN, sealing the fate for them, and taking the victory is more important, and they get the Nexus taken out with the Lord. That's an easy GG's for the side of Team IGN. Zohunt has taken the L.
Congratulations, IGN, for getting the first point in this BO3 of the upper bracket finals. I mean, they are near to the ticket for the grand finale. But I want to say one thing right now that whoever said that Granger is the counter of Carry because Carry has short range, Granger has long range. I mean, guys, you need to know one thing. If the both of them are early snowball heroes, I mean, if they are getting the early snowball, they will be great in the late game. So what happened? The whole team helped the carry a lot, and Zohan was falling again and again in the early game. And then we saw that the carry is getting the damage from the backlines. And Phobius, this Mirio was totally running all the moment. He was the beast today. Even though the Lucas was in the side of team Zohan, Dusty Mizo having that Lucas, but the beast, the real beast was the Phobius fighting 1v4 and 1v5. And with this, we will not gonna take a short break, guys, because we will be heading into the next sector directly. Crooks, are you? I mean, the mistake.
But then again, if you think about it, that strategy only works if you have a good composition working together. But that team did not have it working because the Valeric would engage it without anybody on his team nearby after the Forest zones them out. I think Team IGN completely countered the draft from the side of Team Zohunt, and that was what we saw in the previous game, though. However, that's a niche strategy where they have three frontliners and two backline damage dealers that do a lot of damage, and it works out in most cases. But last match, Zohunt tried it and it failed pretty bad, and now we're in the second game, and it's IGN versus Zohunt. They have the first big Zohunt, of course, first ban and the first pick. So, do you have any predictions as what the bans would be?
I think pretty same bans will become here, those meta bans,
tail's
but
been
there
itching
will
for a
be
real
maybe a
fight.
Phobius ban, and they may be going for a Hilda draft. But Crooks, I was about to ask you that question in between the game. What do you
Always
think
on the
if
way.
rather than going on to their Barats, if they would have went for a Hilda against a
If they would have
Phobius?
gone for the Hilda, I think it would have been more questionable because they don't have anybody to engage. They have someone to do who can do damage and sustain and do something. They didn't have and always
Butterflies born by thy wish, guided by lantern's light.
Yeah, I mean, what about me?
Magic is my life.
Okay, I thought it's mine. Okay, guys, we are back into the match right now. It's the second set of the BO3 in the upper bracket finals at Prime Brook's tournament. That is Rise of Legends Season 3. IGN versus Zohan is cooking up right now. Mizo King in the blue side versus North's favorite team, that is IGN. The OG IGN is right now heading into the second set by just sitting at the passenger seat because they won the first set, but not just winning, it was a dominating win for the side of IGN. They not just win in a, normal way. They literally just tear up the whole Zohan side by the dominance coming from their Phobius as well as the carry. Even though the Respect was doing a great work with the retreat as well as with the damage onto the backliners, catching up that Granger, catching up that Sicilian. In the moment he was fighting upon the backliners, he got a maniac in the match. So right now we are heading into the second set, and we're gonna see some bans coming up on from the side of both the teams. In the casting deck, it's your boy STZ, and with me it's none than my bro Crooks. And we're gonna see some bans right now. Matilda Harith, same ban from the IGN. They are just repeating it from the previous ones. And from the side of Zohan, we're gonna see his beautiful ban of a Kalea. They don't want to leave the Kalea this time for the side of IGN. And the Jushin, a meta ban, a perfect meta ban. We don't want to talk anything about this girl. She's been meta from the day she got released. And even though right now people are saying that she got a little bit of nerf, but I don't think so. With a sustained build, you can just cook it up. Just take you up and throw you down. The Crimson Bacon is too powerful. So you just need to take out her. You just need to get rid of her. And there will be a Gatot Kacha ban for the side of Zohunt. And we're going to see a Phobius ban this time from the side of Team IGN because first pick goes to Team Zohunt. So they'll be going with the Lucas. Crooks, are you there? Okay. He's having some little bit of network issue maybe, and he'll be clearing it out soon. But with this, I'm gonna talk about the draft right now. It's about the Granger pick coming from the side of IGN. Aaron, the creator, the god, will be with the Granger right now, and there will be high loss. A flex pick coming from the team IGN. Will it be a EXP or a Roma, guys? What do you think? I'm thinking it's a EXP. Media will be going with a high loss EXP. What do you think, guys? Will it be a EXP or a Roma, guys? By the way, don't forget to hit the subscribe button, share the stream to your friends, like the stream, and comment in the stream who's gonna win this match. Mizo's King, Zohunt, or IGN, the OG IGN. Who's gonna win this match? And will it be a comeback, guys, or Just a clean sweep from the side of IGN. Let's see, guys, 2-0 or 1-2 or 2-1. What will happen in this match? It's totally fun right now. And with this, Selena and a Cho will be there, clicked
The
down from the
immortal
side
one
of team
chose me to vanquish the shadows
Zohan right now.
that
Crooks, are you
plague this
there?
world.
Hey yo, I seem to be facing a few technical difficulties, but I'm back and I won't be able to see the screen until a few minutes pass by. So I'm actually hearing the Selena and Cho getting picked on one side. Which side picked it, Ash Easy? Hit me.
It's Zohan. It's Zohan with the Lucas again for the jungle. Cho for maybe for the roam and Selena with the mid.
I cannot believe my ears because right now I'm actually hearing that Selena is going to be picked into the maybe I think in the mid side. Well, I think it's a possibility, but obviously we want the show to be in the roam because obviously that hero is one hell of a setup hero. He can actually make sure a kill is guaranteed, but then again, it all depends on how the engage happens.
Fight! Fight for the
Obviously,
ultimate
and
answer.
again, respect with the Suyu. And Hylos will be there in the EXP for the IGN side. Granger in the hand of Aaron the Creator. Hilda this time going to be banned by the side of IGN. Maybe after the Phobius ban, they thought about it. When Hylos got picked, the Totkacha is banned. So there was a high possibility that Hilda would be there. Because Chow was there to initiate the fight. You need a sustain invasion hero. So they just banned the Hilda to be in the safer side. And Badang will be taken down from the side of Zohan right now. Last two bans we're going to see. Maybe MM ban coming from the side of IGN. Because yet Team Zohan is about to pick their MM. So I think a Granger is picked. So maybe Irithel will be taken out at this moment.
I think the Irithel is a pretty decent and reasonable ban because obviously Team IGN don't want Zohan to get the Irithel and counter the Granger because obviously she runs around a little too fast, not allowing Granger to get some bullets in. But then again, the kiting potential is not what I don't think the kiting potential is what Zohan is looking for. I think they want some area of effect damage, and I think the Melissa will be more dangerous of a threat. And Joey getting banned from the side of Team IGN, I think they're actually expecting the Lucas to go EXP for some reason.
I don't think so. I don't think so. King Blade is going for Assassin. He is one of our MOBAs, and I mean, just like Raren, he used to play utility jungler more. Martis it's his favorite hero, so maybe he can go for a Martis jungle, but I don't think he will be going for a Joy jungle at this moment in the second set because we all know that Joy is great in the early game, but in the late game, she is nothing against anybody. But with that, a Valentina ban. That's a point to noted ban. Lucas got picked, and I'm damn sure right now Lucas is going EXP. So Valentina ban is just a nice
noise for yours
point ban because Witch is there. He can go with the Valentina. So you just banned it for a safer side. And right now we're gonna see a CC coming out from the side of Team IG, and that's also a nice pick. We can say right now they got the winning lane hero in the EXP.
Sir,
even though we can
what's your
say
command?
Granger is there, but oh my goodness!
I am vengeance incarnate.
Holy crap, we're seeing a Fanny getting picked. That's very bold from the side of Team IGN. Sorry, Zohan. And not gonna lie though, the Moskov over the Melissa, a good decision or a bad one. It is all down to how Moskov is gonna build himself. If he's gonna build the Trinity, if he's gonna do that, he's gonna be able to do a ton of damage to maybe the Hylos and the CC, but he will be an easy target for the Granger or the Suyu. And that again cannot be said for Fanny, of course, because they are lacking a lot of hard CC. IGN do not have a single target crowd control, and they will not be using that completely on the mage.
I'm not sure if Nam11 is right now watching this match. This guy told me that King Blade will never go Fanny. I always know that even though if he is a player of, utility jungler, he do picks Fanny and he do play very nice in Fanny. Nam, if you're seeing this match, just point to be noted, I just won this time because he went for the Fanny guy. Okay, and with this, a Granger will be facing a Moscow. I mean, after Sabero picking the Moscow in the finals at Snapdragon Pro Series against Kelra, we are pretty going to see this Moscow picks coming out against a Granger. If you're gonna dodge the Rhapsody easily, you will be having a safer sit against a Granger, and the damage from the Moscow in the late game is a lot. I mean, you cannot just dodge it easily. SOD into the mark, then you're just gone, guys. So right now, I'm thinking that Zohan is having a pretty beautiful draft. Crooks, I just want this game to go for the third set because who don't want it to be a competitive match?
I definitely want to see amazing stuff from the side of Team IGN. However, the Fanny is a wild card here because obviously the Fanny cannot be stopped. If at all, she has free reign. I think that the Hylos could hard CC her. But well, the Law and Order has its own advantages, but once that is done, I don't think Fanny can be stopped by the side of Team IGN. It's a good wild card, and the show and Selena, I would say it's a good combination. However, it's the tournament side of things, and I think it's going to be very, very hard to pull this off for the side of Team Zohan. The Moskov, again, another good pick. If Trinity build hits, I think Team IGN will have a hard time, except maybe the CC, who could destroy Moskov in any given circumstance.
Curtain call will be impactful resources right now for the side of IGN to take down those two backliners, we can say, Selena as well as Moscow. And both of them are not easy to get targeted, not easy to get caught. Mainly that Selena, if she will be, I mean, able to do those freestyles easily, then we're gonna see a lot of things here because two freestyle heroes are there in the zone right now, Cho as well as the Selena. So let's see what will the Abyssal Trap and the Abyssal Arrow will be doing in this match. A lot of impact or a lesser impact in this match. Let's see. But before that, they're going on to the Granger right now. They wants to take down the Iron the Creature from the beginning so that the early snowball will not get to the God side. I mean, he with the Granger is a big impactful thing for IGN.
Zohan right now has the control on the top side. However, Lucas is a good early game hero. That means CC will have a hard time at doing anything against him. So IGN decide to actually help on the EXP side because obviously the first turtle will spawn in the EXP lane. Having your EXP laner have a step ahead from the opponent's EXP laner for the early turtle fight is a good decision. Yeah. But however, they could not execute it. And I think in the top side, Granger and Moskov decide to play it safe. They are not going to do anything that's going to jeopardize this their team's positioning.
Yep, obviously, and with this we're gonna see the first noodle objective soon into the Land of Dawn. But before that, there is a fight is breaking out in the EXP lane already. Fanny wants to get down that CC before the turtle, but they will not be able to do that. I mean, no fatalities yet from both these sides, and the turtle will be up in no time. Zohunt or IGN? Who gonna you bait on for the first turtle?
Right now, IGN have no control of the turtle side. However, they're trying to put some dominance in the bot side. Look at that, though. I think Cho is a little pinned, and I think CC and Sicilian being in the XP lane, that means both of them have their level 4. And Hylos is on his way to get the level 4. He's harassing that Selena, making sure IGN have the advantage of the turtle. Such quick decision making. They were able to control the turtle, even though nobody was there a few seconds ago. They are now able to control the turtle area, and that means they will have the advantage in the turtle fight. And now Fanny has the advantage, though. She will get the red buff. That means she might be a level ahead from the enemy jungler. That is Respect. He will be on the Suyu, and he will get into a first turtle fight. And then comes the Fanny taking him down and the turtle. And no. I mean, the Hylos down and the turtle. Lucas tries to engage, but will be swiftly countered. And then good God, the way of the dragon hacking. Ooh. Oh, good God. I was not able to keep up with the team fight.
That charge, and right now we're gonna see Suyu again getting down that Lucas at a sliver of HP wants to get back. The mobility will work here, but right now the mobility queen is also over here. Shield cables and the Selena with the sliver of HP. The Suyu will not manage to get back into the safer zone. Selena will be taking down him and will be sending him, Respect to the heaven side. But the impact, I was looking from the side of IGN because the Granger gave a beautiful rotation during the turtle fight. But it doesn't happen great. I mean, he went back, and then the fight break out. The turtle got into the hand of Fanny. They were not expecting that the Fanny will come for the high loss at that moment. Then the Fanny went for the high loss, taking down with the cutthroat. I mean, that was too great from the side of Zohan. They are getting 3 kills in a do what I said. A great start for them. What do you think, Crooks?
Zohan got the exciting start that they needed to actually push the momentum to their side this match, and I think Team IGN know it too. And well, Fanny being a little too ahead is not good for them because obviously she is the wild card needed. But in the bot side, CC will be taken out by the side of Team Zohan. They will have 3 main gank and ambush her, taking her down, allowing Lucas to get the farm that he needs, and Selena going back to the mid lane, getting the farm that she needs.
Very nice rotation coming from that jungler, going for the Moscow right now. Moscow at a safer zone, but I'm not sure it will be safe more or not. Right now, again, the Fanny engaging onto the Sicilian. The backline will be tormented down. CC in the backline will not be helping a lot to the Sicilian to be at a safer zone. Peach will have no time to be in the map at this moment. Fanny is getting out those backliners easily, and that's what you want from a Fanny. They will be taking down the third tier easily.
Definitely, dude, because obviously Fanny cannot be stopped right now, and Lucas, well, he's not good enough to actually counter the Fanny, and there goes Cho. He is trying to use the Jute Kondo to scare away IGN from the turtle, and that will allow Fanny to get 1 second in, and then that Lucas, okay, look, Hylos gets the turtle, okay, Lucas gets the kill on the CC, and we will be swiftly taken down. He will be punished for that overextension, but then again, I think IGN have won that turtle fight, taking even the turtle and way 2 kills. I think, wait, 1 kill. They left.
Oh, that situation literally makes me a lot of laugh at that moment because you saw that Suyu was done the retreat and then Fanny done the retreat, and in the end, the
look at
glorious
that.
pathways damage makes the turtle into the hand of Team IGN. That was too great, man. I mean, it was unexpected at that moment when. It's okay, it's okay. They got the turtle, they got the second neutral objective into their hand, and right now we can say that the goal lead is not much. It's just 2k. It can be replenished soon from the side of IGN, but the turret, the map control is kind of into the hand of Team Zohan right now. They got 2 third tiers and they're going for the second tiers at this moment. At a very beautiful position, you're gonna see the Lucas right now going on to the CC, but it will not be much to get down her. At this moment, Moscow is giving a beautiful rotation after clearing the top lane. He's right now into the bot lane, and we can see there is a split push coming from this Fanny right now without energy, with the fight coming up on, oh my goodness, Way of Dragon connecting onto that Luke high loss, and the bad fish is on at a very bad position. Lucas will be taken down. Glorious pathway popped up. Chitkundu will be used to get into the safer track. Fanny was no way there in the big team fight.
That Fanny needs to be there in the most important team fights, but now he's going in. He's trying to get some kills, but then again, he will have to be forced back. And then, well, his teammates are they're in trouble. They have to go back. That allows Moskov to actually get the bot tier 2. I love to see that.
Yep. But I think trade has been won by Team IGN. They got the mid tier one, so that's enough for them. I mean, if you're winning the mid turrets, it's better than going for the side lane turrets. And right now the turtle is up, and maybe we can say the upper hand is right now in the hand of IGN. They may be taking down this turtle easily for their side. Already the turtle then started. Whole team is going up, and then let's see who will be winning the retreat battle. Vanny going for the cutthroat, but it will be Suyu taking down the turtle, and the Suyu will be punished. After the turtle being taken down, it will be Suyu who will be taken down as well from the side of Zohan. 1-for-1 trade.
My God, I saw the Suyu retribution at the right moment and was able to retreat, but then again, Fanny was a little too fast for him. But now, I think Cho is a little too slow because the Bat Feast is trying to actually get him down. CC getting the kill on the Cho, and I think Lucas is in trouble because he's in the glorious pathway and against CC. Moskov getting taken down off camera by the hands of Granger. That was important. That was really important for the side of Team IGN, allowing them to get back the momentum they needed.
Obviously, I mean, I'm gonna say that to purify onto the enemy side, so Way of Dragon is not connecting a lot onto those backliners. I'm gonna say it. He went for the Sicilian inside the turret, and then the purify got used. So Cho was out of the blue at that moment. He wants to run back into the safer zone, but then the Jit Kundo was not so much to get in the safer zone. He got down, and then they went for the Lucas, but Lucas managed to escape at that moment. But a lot of damage from the high loss, I can say. Even though he's the roamer, he's giving a lot of damage as well as the CC. But right now, slowly but nonethelessly, we can say that IGN is coming online, coming back. What do you think so? I mean, what do you think, Crooks?
small games lead to great victories because right now IGN is trying to get the momentum back, and I think it's working out for them. Zohan, however, they are losing momentum pretty fast, and that means Respect has given himself some respect in this match. Dude, I'm not joking. This guy is doing the best to carry his team. He is giving them crucial objectives and allowing a lot of potential plays from his team, which are working out for them.
Yeah. And with that, I can say one thing that I mean, I'm a little bit having some network issue right now from my side. Sorry for that, guys, because of the weather. But I'm trying my best. And with this, the game has been paused again. Maybe some issue coming out from the Zohan or IGN. Not sure. Maybe from the production side. Okay, it's from the Zohan side. I'm sorry, Justin. I was just nothing else. We don't have any issue from the production side, guys, because our production is the best production. You can contact him. He's none than J4 Justin, the caster, the streamer, everything he is. It was just a promotional thing in between. He told me he will give me 10 rupees cash if I will do a promotion in between the game. So I'll be getting in phone pay or cash. It's on you, Justin. And with this, guys, what do you guys think? What will happen right now? Zohan or IGN? Who gonna win this match? Because at this moment, I think IGN is getting up the game into their hands slowly, and Zohan is throwing the game out from their hands slowly. It's kind of looking like that. They're getting the neutral objectives. They're taking up on the map after the mid lane turrets get down. And right now, the situation demands a lot from the side of Zohan because it's a do or die match for the King Mizos. If they will lose, I know they will be contesting for the lower bracket finals in the next match with LCF. But if they're going to win, they will be playing the third match and will be have a sit into the finals easily. No need to fight with LCF. Let the IGN to fight with the LCF. So what will happen, guys? I'm pretty sure that IGN will give a tough competition at this moment. And I'm not sure what will happen, but we'll be taking a short break for now. Okay, they will not giving me a chance to get a short break. They will be taking up the match right now. The match will be resuming again back. And with this, we're going to see the top lane is being covered by the whole team IGN. They're going for the third tier. Fanny with cables going on to the 4-man right now. Will not be much for her. She has to retreat at this moment.
My God, that was an amazing gameplay from Fanny. She was able to come in and get a lot of damage out and swoop out like a bird. She was able to freely fly around, especially with that curtain call from the CC. Not getting caught with anybody allows Fanny to just fly away without any stress. But that will not be the same if at all they lose the buff.
Yeah, obviously, let's see. I mean, they're taking up the jungle control, and with this, the bad impact. Oh my goodness! CC got out, and with that, we can see the Lucas also got out of the map, and a split push coming from the Moscow right now. I think Team Zohan will be retreating back, so Moscow did a right call into the hand. Team IGN, sorry for my mistake, and right now they're going with the second tier in the mid. I mean, this is bad, Crooks, for Zohan. They're losing the turrets, they're losing the Lord right now, maybe.
Definitely, IGN has regained the control of the map, and they are making a lot of potential shown. I'm gonna be honest with you; they have the discipline, and they make sure that they actually take fights that only benefit them.
Yep. I mean, they are not taking any unnecessary fight at this moment. They're waiting for the Lord fight. They're waiting for the turtle fights, so that when it's needed, they will be cooking up the whole match, and they're waiting for the right moment to choose what will happen or what not. But right now, look at that. The Lord is up. The first Lord into the Land of Dawn is up right now, but no one is contesting for it. The Sacred Claws do connect it onto the Lucas. A lot of Rhapsody's damage with the Death Sonata being combo given to that Lucas, and a lot of damage onto him. But look at that. Abyssal Arrow got connected onto the Hylos, and that was the main thing I was about to talk, Crooks. Abyssal Arrow. I didn't saw it connected to anybody in the whole match. Not even 2 out of 10. It's needed 6 out of 10. It's not even 2 out of 10.
You're absolutely right, and that allows IGN to get the control they needed to take down the turtle. I mean, the first lord of the match, will be going to the side of Team IGN. Also, the buff from the side of Team Zohunt will be taken off. A kill from the side of Team IGN. But then again, Zohunt takes the kill. CC will be taken out of the bot lane. But look at that, though. Good grief, Selena and Lucas also will be taken out. But that means nobody's there to split push that Moskov is doing except the Hylos. If he gets killed, Moskov will lose the game. There goes the Spear of Destiny. That will connect, and he goes in. He will do the killing blow onto the Sicilian and will be able to swoop out. But oh yes, that will be able to be. I'll be defended pretty easily.
That was a big bait from the side of Zohunt. I mean, the whole law was coming. The whole IGN was coming with the Lord. Moscow was split pushing at that moment. It was really a big bait at this moment, but it's okay. They managed to defend the Lord. They managed to be in the safer side at this moment, but the team fights is being won by Team IGN at this moment. They are having the upper hand. They're having the goal lead 3K. Even though the start was too great for the side of Zohan, IGN capitalized the match right now into the hand. And right now we can see some split push is also coming from the side of Team Zohan. I mean, the IGN. It will not be much, but because, you know what? Zohan is losing because they lost the mid lane. And because of the mid lane, they lost the jungle. And that is impacting a lot in the neutral objective fight.
Definitely planning on getting the blue buff until now finally gets the blue buff. And look at CC is in call for the defense of the top bot tier 3. And not gonna lie, the itemization right now from the side of Team Zohunt is going to depend, the game's gonna depend on that. And Moskov was able to complete the Trinity build. And Hylos, I think, is going for the potential blade armor to counter the Moskov.
So what do you think? Will it be the mechanics or will it be the lane pressure? I mean, split pushing.
I think always overpower the split push, but always has a chance to actually fail against it, because the split push strategy is a one in a lifetime strategy that depends solely on your team doing the best they can, and that means Fanny will be able to split push the top while Moskov applies the pressure in the bot lane that's rightfully there already, and making Suyu go back to the top side, allowing for maybe a play from Cho or Selena.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting the lane pressure again and again, and this time from both these sides, the Fanny had the mobility, so she knows that she can easily clear up the minions in the top. Moskov is literally staying in the bot from beginning to the end. He is waiting for the one chance he can go and take down the turret. So IGN right now have to think two sides. They need to take care of the Moskov first, then can go for the Lord, or maybe someone will take care of the Moskov in the bot lane, and they will go for the Lord. But they will be losing one member at that moment. And look at that. Evil Quill are used, but the blue buff will be secured by the Fanny at this moment. Moskov and Chao giving a beautiful rotation. They are in the jungle side of the IGN, but not into the Lord side. And yet, IGN now started the Lord dance, but they have an upper hand for the Lord dance, because look at Chao. Cho is in the bot lane.
Definitely allowing Moskov to apply the pressure without getting stressed out by the side of Team IGN, making sure IGN has to make sure that Moskov is controlled before they engage in the Lord fight. That means Team IGN are worried. They are being contested completely. I can feel like also the vision that Selena's arrows provide is important to actually note. Yeah. It gives enough information for the side of Team IGN. This is what you want to see from a Selena player.
That's good. That's good. Granger and CC is being there, guarding on to that Moskov at this moment. Region got used. Bad impact with the Bat Fist combo coming on to that Lucas at a sliver of HP. Glorious Father do use. Death Solana will be taking down that Lucas at this moment. Mega kill for the God, and Hylos will not be spared down. Moskov will be taken down. Triple kill for the Creator. The God will be taking down. Triple kill at this moment. Without Lord, I'm thinking that Team Zone is going for the... Team IGN is going for the finish at this moment. Selena at a sliver of HP going on to the Suyu. Suyu with the mobility. Getting down that Selena or not. Let's see. Immortality there Again, oh, the charge coming from the Suyu Evil Queller just got used. 1v1 going on minions, warning the match.
Oh my god, the minions doing the heavy lifting, applying the pressure from the side of Team IGN to the side of Team Zohan. That was beautiful. The minions get a shout out this match as they got the kill on one of the most important people from the side of Team Zohan. That was the Selena. No vision means no lord. But the side of Team IGN get the second turtle, the lord of the match, and they will be able to apply more pressure on the turrets that's on the side of Team Zohan.
That was hilarious. That was hilarious for the side of Team Zohan. The Selena was trying to take down that Suyu with the 2 bark on from the Abyssal tribe as well as the arrow. But then the minions played the important role to take down her. It's okay, guys. The Lord being into the hand of Team IGN. It's not a luminous Lord, so we're not. You don't worry about it much. You can defend it easily, but right now you need the position to be there. High loss will be stopped from the Abyssal Arrow at this moment. Fanning going for the split push. Good idea. With the Moskov and the Co. Taking up the Lord, defending on them with the whole squad of IGN. Crooks.
Oh my god, Suyu engages, and that will be going back. And the Lucas will be going to the backside of Team IGN, will be taken out swiftly. Joe also being destroyed, demolished by the hands of Sicilian. IGN having the advantage from that team fight. 0 losses, but for the side of Team Zohan, they have lost 2 of their most crucial players. Selena is unable to do anything. Even Fanny is unable to do anything against 5 people. She tries to engage, but will not do much. However, Selena will use that opportunity to do something. Takes down the... Oh, God. By the time Moskov takes down the Granger, the game is over. And Team Zohan is taking the L. IGN 2 wins in a row.
MVP for the minions, guys. MVP for the minions because it's it's minions gameplay in this match. Congratulations, IGN. We're going into the next. Not the next round. It's finals, grand finale. You got the ticket for the finals. Zohan will be clashing up with in a BO5 at the lower bracket finals against LCF. Let's see who will be the second finalist for tomorrow. And with this, I can say one thing that the Selena pick was a great pick, but it doesn't got used well. And with this, we'll be taking a short break before the lower bracket finals. Casters for the next match. So let's see what will happen if it will be Zohan or LCF becoming the second finalist of the Rise of Legends Season 3. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. Love you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rise of Legends Season 3, and this is gonna be the lower bracket final. So, the battle is just gonna get to the utmost level intense because this is gonna, give us the final contender for that slot into the grand finale. But, Zohan being brought down to the lower bracket is really a surprise, and this matchup is something we are not unfamiliar with. LCF versus Zohan, a match we have already seen, and this is the second time that they're going against each other. But this is gonna be a different one because it's a best of 5. But before that, I gotta introduce you to myself. My name is Shinryu, and I'm gonna be a friendly caster for this game. And I'm joined by the one and only J for Justin for this amazing matchup. So, Justin, how are you feeling for this game? Are you like just about to get your mind blown by this matches?
By lantern's light.
Absolutely. Last chance for these two teams to climb up to the grand final. So definitely it will be one hell of a spiciest match ever. So let's see which of these two teams will be giving their best to get the W. But with these, we should be going towards the draft and let's see what they're going with. But any prediction what they might go with, Shinju?
I mean, knowing the fact LCF they are banning like they kind of want to ban Prime onto that
Rocks
Harriet,
need no
so that
protection
can be a
from the
perfect ban for them.
rain.
And whereas Team Zohan, they will be banning out the chipping down the heroes for
Sir, what's your command?
LCF's jungler that is gonna be Rarin. So we need to see what other bans. So the
When you
Fanny
gaze
is
into the
of course
abyss,
gonna be there. So the Fanny as well as the Harriet are two perma bans along with the
Butterflies
Zushin,
born
right?
by thy
And this
wish.
time around, they're also banning out the
Guided by
Selena too.
lantern's
So
light.
this is a surprise. So that's a respect ban
Experience
coming
the
out. And
euphony of
I feel
suffering.
it's gonna be more heroes. And in the last matchup, LCF their gold laner was absolute an abomination onto that. Granger Stark TZ used that hero to the utmost limit. This time he will be denied of that.
Your team is picking.
Absolutely. The Harriet, maybe they should ban an Harriet here because he is one of the comfort pick of Prime.
Magic
So
is my
definitely
life.
do not want to give it. So and yep, he will be getting bad. So right now it is the first pick of Zohan. They are taking their time to decide it. And guess in what they might go with.
So far, the Badang is open, and knowing the fact that Zohan they like to go for their EXP or the flex picks first, they might want to get that towards their side. But again, there's a lot of option. There's the Phoveus open, but I think it's too early for that hero. However,
Always
if they
on the way.
want to get a good hero, it can be the Matilda I was gonna say, and that comes through. So I think that's a really good steal coming in from their side. And
My
that
tail's
does
been
provide
itching
so much
for a
mobility
real
around the map,
fight.
right? You can go for those engages, and also you can go for the alpha as well, right? You can give the alpha so much
No one can
more
escape my
mobility and so
iron
much
fist.
escapability with that pick, right? And that's a classic combo we have seen all around the MPLs and so many other series that are being happening around the world. The Snapdragon, why that is, and you can see two strong picks are already being locked on from the side of LCF. That's gonna be the Kalea as well as the Badang. So, you know. The Badang should be the EXP, and the Kalea is a really good set maker, probably in the hands of Rudy.
Absolutely, they are taking their time to get a really good counter for this Badang at least, or this Kalia. But Kalia most likely will be going to the EXP, so Badang is the rumor. So they need a good answer for the sets that might come from him. And Hylos, maybe and Hylos, not sure, but in the EXP. But Matilda have to be so agile to take the hyper if you get caught. So she have to be really ready as well. But on the again, if they don't go with the alpha right now, so the alpha might
My
get banned from the
mission
side of
is to
LCF.
protect lives.
I think so. That can be a good ban, and you talked about the high loss that is coming through from the side
Among
of
the
Zohan, so
planes
that gives even
exists
much
the
more mobility to the
equilibrium,
team, and they're
which
going for a
I was
hitbox
made
combo. So
for.
I'm really like what I'm seeing for Faden, right? He will be getting his hand onto that E, so that's a really good hero to provide, and a lot of slowdown as well along with the high loss. So they're going for really classic combos. They're going by the textbook picks, and I like what I see so far. Team LCF they have their chance to pick up the Farsa, which is a really good counter, and if positioned well, can deal so much damage and can be used so well for the zoning. So I think that's a really good pick they can go for at this point. Otherwise, it might get banned, like you mentioned. The alpha can be the ban from
I've been
LCF,
waiting
and
for too
Zohan they
long.
can ban out the Farsa, I was gonna say, but they're contending that goal lane with a carry. So I think that's a good
I
threat they
am
have, considering the
vengeance
fact Zohan really have
incarnate.
high HP heroes.
Absolutely. I mean, the Hylos will be one of the frontliners. So, with a carry, especially in the late game, she will be absolutely menace for this Hylos. So, definitely great call to get it. But right now, Zohunt might want to go with an utility hyper, but still there is one ban left. Either it might be the Alpha or might be the Lucas that they might want to pick. So they want to
Let's
go with
fight to our
Lucas,
heart's
but
content!
it seems like they will ban out the Lucas themselves.
I mean, Rarin is so comfortable on those fighter heroes, right? And banning it out is the perfect choice. And I'm also I'm thinking that there might be a Fredrin ban that can come through in this draft, because Fredrin is a really good comfort hero for Rarin, and if they want, they can't deny it, of course. However, LCF, they want to just ship down a little bit off to the goal lane, because whatever be the hyper, the goal lane is where the late game will be coming through, and the Moscow
Let's
was a really good
go.
ban. If they want, they can ban out something better, even that is gonna be the Irithel, right? Because those three heroes, the Harith, the Granger, as well as the Irithel, were the king of the goal lane for a long period of time. And although nerfed a little bit, just adjusted to some extent, they're still viable, right? And they provide a lot of damage to the team fights. So I think that's a really smart ban coming in. And what options does this open up for the side of Zohan? What do they go for? The Beatrix? Will it work? Though is the question.
Exactly. A lot of OPMMs has been narrowed out, but Granger has been banned by them already. So it might be a Beatrix because it
Only
gives a lot of
love
lane
and
clear.
light are
But right now we can see
everlasting.
the Sicilian has been logged from the side of Team Zo Hunt. I mean, good call since they have not picked up the mage, but still there are a lot of OP heroes are open like a Farsa, so they might go with the Farsa as well.
Payback
Yeah, I mean the Vixen
time.
also works, but yeah, I think the Farsa does do a lot better compared to that range the Eve can provide, right? She can outrange the Eve when she's even using that RWM, so it's a really good counter as well as a good zoning hero that they can go for, and they are kind of short range, right? The carry does not have too much range. The
The
Badang,
Immortal One chose me to
still used
vanquish
with
the
the flicker,
shadows
cannot
that
provide so
plague
much,
this world.
Time to take
range
the
as well. Like,
field!
it is good for the engages, but yeah, I think that's a little bit short range. But again, the Shuyuk was open and they're going for that hero. And
All
again, a
who
good
dare
steal, I would
stand in my
say,
way will be
from the hands
devoured.
of the LCF. But man, the Hanzo came out of nowhere. That was out of syllabus completely. We did not expect that, did we?
Exactly, man. That was so out of syllabus. I have never seen LCF playing a Hanzo, but it's like it's the time they will show us that they can rock with that hero. But I'm really curious how the draft will go out though. So I hope it would works out. Especially Bruno is a totally late game hero, so they might want to end up the game fast though.
Yeah, I mean, with the Bruno, you really need a lot of items, right? Unless you are getting your hands onto those items, not dishing so much damage. However, if used as a snowball hero, it can really take down the objectives. That is going to be the structures around the map, the turrets really fast. And let's see how well it works, because this is going to be the first game in this best of 5 series. It's a long way for us, but again, the first match is where the teams would want to have a good start at, and both the drafts are really looking good. I think the mid control is almost same to both the sides. The Kalea is a new addition to the Land of Dawn, but let's see what can it provide to the side of Team LCF. They are really looking strong as well. But again, this is gonna be and really important matches for both these teams. But again, the Little Wanderer would be secured by the Hanzo with the Retribution, so it's a good start already. A little bit of HP, not HP, but the XP lead onto the hands of Raden. So they're off to a good start. Let's see if they can continue that, because they need a lot of space for their members to come online.
Absolutely. This gonna be a hell of a long game because this is the best of 5. So right now it seems like Rudy giving the vision for themselves and Hanzo coming in for Faden. Okay, first blood has been popped from Rudy, it seems.
No, he gets a first blood onto the family problem. He was in a bad place. with the Purify, he cannot do much. So Rudy really taking advantage, and that's a really lot of damage, right, from a roamer at this point in the early game. We did not expect that kind of damage already. So thus they're off to a good start. Again, the goal lead just a little bit to the side of LCF with the first neutral objective already coming up onto the map. I think they might want to contest for that. You can see already the level 4 is being prioritized by Rudy. The rotation is already so good from the side of LCF. They're going for the double level 4 before the first turtle. So Zohan, they're the first to start the turtle though.
Absolutely. But it was quite unexpected that the tanky Matilda got melted by a hero like Kelia. But right now, RWM.
Oh, they are going in with the fist crack as well as the fist break, and the turtle will be stolen by the Farsa. So that's a good steal coming in, but the Phoebus, not the Phoebus, but the Hylas was stuck in a bad spot with the guiding wind. He will be getting out of the harm's way. And so far, LCF, they're walking out with a better trade. They got 2 kills already in the third minute of the game. They also got the turtle. So they're almost having a 1.5k goal lead into the first few minutes of the game. And that's a bad thing for the side of Zohan, because they need a lot of farm on their heroes. Unless giving the space, they won't be able to do much. Their heroes need to come on and fast, but look at the feather airstrike coming in. The flicker was also committed just to get the shutdown onto Prime, so he will be forced to recall, and this does give a lot of position for the carry to get a farm. But again, a good read coming onto the side of Zohan. They read the map well, and they're denying that kind of push the carry could have gotten.
The bully was absolutely nice, but I thought Carrie will go for the third goal, but yep, she has been a little bit more careful, it seems, and she is just cooking maybe the camp for the Hanzo, or maybe taking it for herself for some extra fun. So good from both of the sides, because Carrie, if she gets fed, she will not lead the backup. She can do 1v1s, but right now.
Oh, look at that RWM as well as the stun was connected onto Romcom, and the flicker really coming in clutch. So close for comfort. You need to be careful, but look at Prime. He's in a bad spot, and the feather air strike will be taking him down. Team Zohan, they lost their goal laner at a bad time, and right now Raden was in really aggressive position. He's taken really low. He uses that ultimate, but he's immune at that point. Kingblade cannot do much, and he will get taken down. Raden with a kill, and right now the fight is still brewing, and he's taken in low. RWM is not there anymore. The glorious pathway was there to slow him down, and still survives for a bit longer, but family problem will getting the shut down. But Kingblade will also get taken down, and Carry makes the play and joins the party, getting a double kill onto the members of Zohan. And man,
Carry starting the turtle without the Hanzo. That was a little bit unpredictable, but I thought the Sui will make up in time, but they already got the turtle for themselves right off his crack.
Ooh, Prime just with a sliver of HP surviving still, but there's a rotation from Rudy, and he might get the shutdown, and he gets a killing spree. That's a roamer for you from Team LCF, and the circling that was committed, but he will not go for the second phase because there's no one to support him. But man, a Kalea getting 3 kills in the early game is something we are not used to seeing, or this is completely unheard of.
Look at that Romcom waiting for the Bruno, but the backup will the Faden came there, so that's why the vision got popped out. Right now, RWM got wasted, but they had grabbed there.
Oh. Hey, you can see the face cracking the members of Team Zohan, and they already lost 2. They're on the verge of losing third, and there will be a double kill will be secured by Miraka onto the carry. So 3-4 non-trade. LCA walking out without being punished. They are really getting out of hand, and right now they're trying to even fortify their lead, trying to extend it even more further. They're pushing in the turret. There is a dive onto the Kingblade. He's isolated, taken low, might get shot down, and that's another kill in the hands of Raren. And LCF, they have gotten a 6k goal lead just 6 minutes into the game.
Damn, what a huge start for LCF. 6k lead is no joke in 6-minute mark. Right now, Feather Airstrike has been used to force as members of Zohan to recall, and they can get some more with jungle. Might not want to get caught there. That was absolutely stressful for me also. But right now, what is that?
Oh, you can see they are going in. Rudy trying to connect the tsunami slam, but it's not really there. But again, the damage from Carry is so high. He's already has scaled into a good level. Prime taken low. He will get the shutdown. The knockup was there from Rudy, and that's a really good shutdown. And the zoning from the far side, so hot point. Win is going on a 1v1, but there is the ultimate from the Hanzo to just zone the members out, and right now Win will be there with the glorious pathway just to protect the buff for his hyper. Kingblade needs his resources, needs the level to contest for this neutral objective because he's so far behind level 11 Draden. Kingblade just sitting at a level 8, so that is a bad place to be in. But again, zoning out is so on point. They cannot even move around freely in the map here, Justin.
Look at that, they are going in from start easy, it seems.
Oh, Kingblade will be getting taken down. Boo with the shutdown, and right now they're chasing for the members. Boo so aggressive with the wings. My wing is going in to get its sons. And there's the fist crack as well as the fist break on the two members. RWM is defensively, but they cannot do much. There's a knockup from Rudy, and right now Prime is taken low. They lost 3, but 2 members are there. Both the damage dealers are there, but they're trying to look for a chase, but they cannot do that. They need to clear the waves out. The turtle is up, and I think LCF, they might want to just wait for it to convert it into the Lord. But again, there's ultimate from the Hanzo going in with the damage. You can see Faden taken low. He does not have a flicker. He was on 25 and will not be helping him survive. Miraka is just free hitting the star, is trying to take it down. There's the Surging Eagle, but it'll be cancelled out. So much HP being chipped down already. Zohan in a very tight spot. What do they do here?
Faden, absolutely, he might be tilted by now because of this Hanzo always going in to the back line, and the damage is just not unbearable. Right now he's going for Prime.
He's going for Prime, and he might not get the shutdown, but he's taken really low, but he will get the shutdown anyhow, anyway. And that's Team LCS Jungler for you. Raren is on a killing spree, 5-1 and 4, and right now they're stopping. There's a knock-up on the 3 members by Rudy, and there's a Tsunami Slam bringing back Kingblade, and it's taken really low. The RW is defensive, so is the glorious pathway just to slow the members
Hanzo
down. Can it do anything more? But there's the Hanzo onto the backline. Fatal just surviving by a sliver of HP, and right now LCM again walking out with a better trade. They did not lose a single members despite being so low, and Carry will be finally able to take down the second tier turret that was the last one standing. There is a glorious pathway not yet committed, but again the feather airstrike was there. Boo tight, taken low, tight spot. He should be getting out of there. Uses the flicker defensively and the wings by wings just there to help him survive. But look at the item here, Justin.
Yep, Matilda popped that thing, but right now Venzo utilizing bullying them because of the lead he has on his hand. 5 kills, Trinity build almost about to complete. He just need the DHS, and boom, he is good to go. He will be annoying that Eve a lot during her RWM, but right now he's going for the tank, it seems.
Oh, there's a face crack as well as the face break was not yet committed, but Hanzo will not be having enough damage. The glorious pathway really regenerating the HP. Who is using the feather airstrike just to zone the members out. Again, with the Lord really spawning soon, about 25 seconds away. LCF, they are at a better spot, better position to take it down. The structures have already fallen for the second and the first tier. Only the base inhibitors are standing. Zohan, they need to find some room to farm. They are really behind in terms of gold. Just level 10 Kingblade against a level 14 Hanzo. Right now he's going in with a lot of damage. Kingblade uses a guiding wind to go to the opposite side, but that does help him survive. But you can see Miraka already walking onto the Lord. He does not want to waste any moment. He wants to look for an early close to this game. They are trying to just look for an end, but again, the Matilda, you can see family problem is in a tight spot. The glorious pathway used defensively. They're trying to run, but Carry giving a lot of damage. Family problem will be getting taken down. They cannot run, can they? Zohan having their back against the wall. They have been, put on the defense right now, just forced to stay inside their own inhibitors.
Absolutely, man. That's the discipline of our LCF. They just don't throw once they get the farm. They just get it done, man. Look at they have not lose the farm till yet. It's almost 14k lead. That's no joke. But right now the Lord is marching from the top lane, and right now they are Badang Ramcom trying to sync up the lanes for maximum pressure. They have holded the mid lane too long. StarTZ will be there to sync up properly. Right now the pressure will be from all sides, and they might be able to get 1 or 2 inhibitor.
Yes, absolutely. And there's a knock up. There's the RWM already being popped up a little too early, but there is the damage from Raran. He will be getting the shit shut down onto the mage that's going to be fading, and they already lost two. Kingblade needs to be careful. He's taking in a lot of damage than he can actually chew, but again, the Lord is hitting the base. It's at a healthy HP. The base is wide open, and LCA, they're trying to look for an end, and they will be able to do so. First game came to such a quick end. That was so fast. We could not even see Zohan going for a comeback play. It was so one-sided domination. Justin, what just happened? That was an onslaught, wasn't it?
Damn, that was an onslaught. Oh my god, 11 minutes, 30 seconds. That was insane. This has ended the game against one of the top teams of India in under 12 minutes. That was insane. They just didn't show the discipline coming in from LCF was really on point. Look at Stark DJ's KDA. Haven't died once. The positioning tells us a lot. Great ganking of Raren all the time, getting the prime low at least for the carry to get the advantage or maybe force him to retreat, and that's how they snowball the Bruno so hard. And Rompom, I'm not gonna say his stats was so on point. Even the Matilda got died in the early phase of the game, and she was even not enough to save King Blade there. Or maybe they needed a tanky fighter instead of an assassin from my point of view though.
I mean, it could have worked. An assassin could have worked to just mark the backline, but again, that was completely denied, right? They had so much beating for that Hanzo to even go in and do much. And also the factor about the revamped Hanzo is that you cannot mark him while he's in his ultimate form, right? He's completely immune, so you cannot do much. And I feel there was less of lockdown skills from the side of Team Zohunt, right? They had the slowdown, they had the toolkits to go for the backline, but again, they could not even hold their own against the team fights where Team LCF, they were forcing in, they were just instigating those team fights, and all LCF could do was just burst down anybody, just shred down anyone that was in front of them, and giving so much advantage. The carry had a wonderful time pushing around those turrets completely unchecked, really giving the damage. And Boo with the zoning out, I think the draft really put in factor out there. Justin, if you ask me, the picks were really smart, and the denial at the right moment, giving so much Team LCF.
Absolutely, that's exactly what happened there. But right now, Zohan have to come up with something, maybe with a better strategy, or at least the roamer might not want to get caught. The damage was a little bit unexpected, even for Rudy. Even for I believe it was family problem, but Rudy's damage with that Kelia, even that was so unpredictable, and he got taken out. So he had to be a little bit more careful in those scenarios. So let's see what happens in the next match, though.
On our way, but with that, we will be going for a short break. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be back real soon. Well, that was a short break, wasn't it, guys? And with that, we will be finally back for the second game of tonight. And the first game was taken by the side of Team LCF, and we need to see what have changed for the side of Team Zohan. And Justin and I was talking while we were on the break. Zohan could really work with the draft. In the last game, they kind of gave away a lot of options that they could have used for their side. But again, this game they have to bring something different on the table, isn't it, Justin?
Rocks need no protection from the rain.
Absolutely, they have to bring something on this on their strategy. But right now we can see the Baxia is getting banned. I mean, yep, that is one of the comfort pick of Raren, I
To
believe.
see what will be their get go, because it's gonna be an interesting match, guys. If you're just joining in, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share the stream. And
Butterflies
again, I would want
born
to
by
ask
thy
Justin the same
wish,
question. Justin,
guided by
last
lantern's
game
light.
their picks were on the right spot, right? They did their homework. They went for the textbook kind of draft, but it did not work. Like Team LCF, they had a better pick for everything that they had planned.
Yep, but they, they didn't plan
Sir,
it properly. I
what's your
guess, but,
command?
right now they are going with a Fanny, it seems, to because actually it is King Blade who is really good with the Fanny, and they do not want to risk it, and they knows what people's strong point is, as well as Team Zohunt. They are banning out those utility junglers that could be an issue for them. So they're good. The both of the teams knows each other's strength and weaknesses, it seems.
From the last game, they are still banning out the Fanny for King Blade.
My tail's
They're
been
banning out
itching
the
for a
Panic
real
for,
fight.
like you mentioned, Prime. So same thing again and again. So that is working out for them, and why should they change it, right? And this time around, they are finally banning out the Kalea, I believe.
When you gaze into the
Let's
abyss,
see, without the Kalea, how well they can use a different kind of play. But yes, they do have that, the Jawhead instead for Rudy, so they can go for that hero, so it can work well. But again,
always
LCF,
on
they
the
have
way.
the first pick. This time around, the Granger is open, so is the Matilda, so they're prioritizing the Matilda over the Granger. So I think that's a good steal. Last game, LCF, they had given away that pick. This time they're locking it for themselves.
Experience the euphony of suffering.
Absolutely, they want to play it themselves. Maybe want to combine it with a Lucas or something. So because Rowan is really good with the Lucas as well. So right now, they might want to ban out the Lucas on the second phase of the game. But still, they might pick it on the next pick as well. So this is a question: what might happen? But right now, we can see the team Zohunt might want to ban.
Fight.
Want to take a
Fight
really
for
good,
the
maybe an
ultimate
early game hero.
answer.
Yep, that is the Hilda has been locked. So let's see what happens next. So both of the till now both of the picks are looking quite understandable. So right now with the Matilda, they might need an Alpha or maybe a Lucas for themselves.
I think
Let's
those are
fight
really
to
good
our
options,
heart's
viable option
content.
for them. They got themselves the Hilda, so that means they cannot go for the assassins, right? The assassins do not have a very good time going against a Hilda, and the Grandeur is a really good pick. They are denying Stark TZ that he cannot use that hero, and that also works well for Prime. He's pretty good on that hero as well. So if provided well, with given enough space, he can really pop off well. And so far, they get themselves the Lucas. LCF, they are going for the sustain, kind of draft, right? They want to just protect. They want just that hero to just go in and go out, and again the Badang coming into play. Last game, they used the Badang really good with the sets, right? And I feel it is working for them, so why should they change? Romcom is really good on that hero.
Absolutely. Rampom is really good with that Badang, man. His sets are really on point, and I have seen his sets. It was like one of the bad sets he does. Like 3 people, 4 people, he catches up. It's insane, and the follow up is always there from LCF. So definitely, why not take it when they are giving it? So right now, Team Johan need an answer for this. For this Lucas at least, so they want to take their time. Maybe a Valentina could be a really good option, and yep, it seems it is a Valentina.
I didn't cure the pain. I harness
So
it.
I think that's a really good call, right? This time around, they are picking the natural counter to the heroes, and Valentina can just steal away the ulti. We all know that how it works, right? So no need for
Let's
the big
go.
brain plays. It's like an instant lock when you're seeing a Lucas onto the opponent side, and I feel this time around they're not getting that Shuyo because Team LC, if they can ban it out, they're still chipping down the goal laners furthermore. Zohan did not want LCF to get a good hero like how Team LCF did in the last game. They got themselves the carry and they ban out the next of the heroes, and this time it is Zohan's time. They are doing the same. So they need a jungler. What can they go? Kingblade is really apt on those assassins, so they can get their hands onto the other assassin heroes. However, will they though?
My
Is the
mission
question.
is to
And so
protect
far, the ban is
lives.
onto the hands of LCF. They can deny a bit more, EXP or roam heroes, and yes, they are banning out the roam heroes. Family problem would not get his
I've
hand
been
onto
waiting
the
for too long.
Kaja, which he really likes to use from every now and then, and the carry denial is also there. So, what does this open for both the sides here, Justin?
Absolutely. And right now we can see the Jawhead is getting banned from the side of LCF to deny those early game pressure that might come from their side because Hilda is already there. So, but still, as Jawhead, early game pressure is absolutely insane. And the ejectors plays by this guy, the family problem could be a problem for them. So, great call to get it out. Right now, it's their pick. Let's see what they goes with. They are taking their time to get a really good. They need a really good jungler for themselves. And Matilda is there. I don't know why I feel like they should go with Esmeralda Hyper just to soak up the Matilda shell. But still, they have a lot more better options. Maybe a Hayabusa or a Joy. But let's see what they goes with.
Your team is picking.
I mean, yeah, those heroes can work, and the Jawhead is also banned from the side of LCF themselves. So they got themselves the Matilda, so it kind of makes sense. And the Hayabusa will come through. So like we were talking about, King Blade would want to get his hand onto those assassins. So a lot of mages still open for the side of Zohan. I mean, for the side of LCF, right? If they want, they can get a good hero, but they need to be careful what ultimate they would be giving away to their opponents. The Vexana is a good disengaged
The southern
hero
seas are
that they can go
my
for, but I feel like
domain.
they might want to use something unique, and yes, there is the unique pick coming in. The Kadita really works well, right? The burst is so high onto that hero, and the ambush plays is gonna be really insane. I mean, if you are not really careful, you can get bursted down. And the Moskov, of course, the Moskov, kind of forgot, Stark TZ is really comfortable on that hero too. So the SODs is really gonna be important in those team fights. But oh, look at that! There's a direct counter.
Absolutely, a direct counter for the Moscow. So definitely he have to be really careful, especially in the late game, because things will get spicier if they don't. Right now, the drafts are pretty decent from both of the sides, to be honest, though. But still, they have to be really careful because what to say? Team Zohan draft is not so bad. Really, the Hayabusa with the mobility can go for the Moscow. So, and he might be able to snowball him hard, and Granger might get the farm. So that's might be one of the strategies they might be planning to go.
That can be working for them, but again, somebody in the chat asked us, Justin, whether we are going for the reception or not, and I think we are both hungry, right? After this casting is over, we are definitely gonna get our dinners, right? So, with the jokes apart, aside, and with the second match already rolling out for this game, I have a feeling that they can really play a lot of things in their cards, right? We need to be careful what they do and what they don't, because this is going to be an important match, because the second match needs to be onto their side, otherwise Zohan might get into a even tougher position from where they cannot get out maybe.
Absolutely, they might not get out of this, but right now, we can see the Hindla doing crazy pokes into the Rudy again. So he have to be really careful. Hayabusa getting the lethal, but they are trying to interfere at the level 4 mark for themselves. But Boo quite low in HP.
He's definitely low HP, but he still survives, and the first blood is yet to be drawn. So, that is the kind of pressure the side of Zohan can put with the Valentina really aggressive onto the early game. But again, King Blade wanted to go in, but taking a lot of damage. Rudy is also chunked low, so he will be using the flicker a little bit prematurely to save the member. So that was a good play coming in, and right now, LCF, they have burnt out a lot of spells. So we need to see what Zohan does to just get back to their side, and it's gonna be interesting to watch.
Yep, and look at that. King Blade already coming into gang start easier.
Yes, they're going in for on to Stark Tease. He's taken low and he will get the shot down, and the first blood will be drawn from the side of Zohan. And you see the hill that was taken was really low and it gets punished, and that's a good shutdown coming in right now. Win was on a 1v1 against the jungler that's going to be Rarin, but he will be getting out of the harm's way, and this does give LCF a lot of space to take the turtle. And I feel, Zohan, if they want to contest, they should be arriving earlier, but there's the fist crack, not the fist crack, but the fist break onto one, and there's the rough waves used, but it's just used defensively, but he will get shot down. There's the SOD connecting, but will he commit is the question. Win is already there, and there's the Ogi shadow kill. Shadow kill will not be enough to take him down, but again, the purple buff is there. They're trying to look for an engage. The Stark TZ will get taken down. The SOD was finally used there, but there's not enough damage to take down Raran yet, and Rude is also there to help him support, but there's a lot of value coming in for the side of Team Zohan already.
Oh my god, nice start for Team Zohan so far. With maybe they lost the turtle, but still they are ahead in terms of kill. And look at the farm; they are a little bit ahead of gold as well. But still, LCF they have to come up with this taunt. But right now, Rudy low in HP.
Hey, family problem is being so aggressive against three members out there. He gets the petrify stun onto him, and Boo will be getting him taken down. So aggression is finally being answered from the side of Team LCF. They are finally able to match the game tempo. But again, on the top lane, Win will be getting taken down a bit too aggressive under the turret against the Badang. Not really a good thing to do. But again, LCF, they're not really narrowing down their side, and they're still trying to put pressure. The goal is, although favoring Team Zohan, it's not from very far where Team LCF can just get it back to their side. And even though the first neutral objective was secured by the side of Team LCF, Team Zohan, they're not really backing down, and they're looking for another engage. Rudy is taken really low, forced to flicker, but there's a dive by the three members. I mean, make it 4 with the Hilda already joining. And so much damage, he will not be able to survive even with the flicker. But again, Rudy Boo trying to go in, the rough wave use onto the Hilda, but it's really too chunky. Uses a revitalize Raden, trying to go for a shutdown onto him, given a lot of damage. The fist break will be there to stop him down. He will be finally getting down without even getting his passive proc. So right now again, the Homecom is going really aggressive on to Prime, and he will get taken down before he could even use the flicker. He will get shut down, and the turtle just spawned into the map. But again, the circling eagle being used onto the mage that is going to be fade, and he does have the stolen ultimate. The beast form is there onto him, but when trying to open up the map, there is a fist break onto him. The infernal pursuit being used, but again, there's a lot of zoning, a lot of damage onto him. He pops the vengeance to survive, but he's going for a clapback, and right now LCF, they are on the back foot. But again, the turtle pit, there is the damage, but you can see the shutdown onto Miraka by Fade, and he gets the advantage. King basic advantage of all that missed chaos, gets the turtle, but again, they're not really stopping anytime soon. They get a shutdown onto Rod, and Prime gets a kill, second one for him, and they get so much value out of the team fight here, Justin.
Absolutely great value they have got, and guys, please do not take this as a mistake. I mean, it is a mistake, but right now Fiskcrack has been used and trying to burst out family problem, and they will succeed on it. They will take out the tier 1 turret as well. But on the left side, on the blue side, it is LCF. On the right side, it is Team Zohan. Okay, the mistake, I will fix it soon. Don't get cocky. But right now, we can see the Fade and coming in for some trade with the circling eagle herself.
No worries about your mistakes, because if Team LCF, they are making such mistake, they might get taken down, and they lost one, and right now they were on the verge of losing another. But again, that was a close call. Fade in almost able to take one more member down, but yes, Team LCF, they still are behind. Zohan are leading in terms of goal as well as a kill. They have one kill ahead. They have a lead, but again, with the pressure being built up from the side of Team Zohan, it's just about time they can actually go for the snowball. The Hayabusa needs a few more kills before he can actually go for the shutdown, but the rough waves being used defensively just to get out of the harm's way right now. They will not commit the chase. They're just playing a bit defensively. Raden is still getting the farm. He's getting the resources around the map, so he should be okay. But however, the turrets are not gonna stand onto the bot lane as well as the mid lane. The first tier is already being taken down, and with the next turtle coming already, I think Zohan, they might want to take it down to their side. And again, the pressure you can see near the orange buff here, Justin. They might want to look for another engage.
Absolutely. Okay, kind of a deep position, Ramcom, and look at that, the Fiskcrack might be coming in. Okay, Ramcom has been taken down by him. The double kill for her.
to the backline though. Miraka and Win on 1v1. They will still survive, but onto the backline of Team Zohan. That is a Railer coming in, but it's just gonna be an effort because that's not gonna be enough to take the rest of the members down. And Boo is taken in a bad position. He should be getting out of there. We need to see what happened, but again with the turtle already there, it was just about time here, Justin. They take it down.
Absolutely. Zohan do not want to lose this game. They want to reach the final and they are getting the lead for themselves. And right now they will take out the blue of Raren there and will go towards the turtle. And Hilda doing a crazy job just zoning out as well as in win by zoning them out. And right now it is an easy turtle for Zohan.
Yes, they get two neutral objective being secured by their side, so they have even more gold into their arsenal, and they want to get their items locked. They want more items in the inventory. Why not? Because they need their heroes to scale. And right now, LCF, they have lost a lot of map control, but again, Raden really being aggressive. There's I am you stolen ultimate, and Raden will get taken down. Faden also get punished, and the fight does not stop. There's a lot of damage being placed, and two members already being taken down from the side of Team LCF. Zoho one, and they're still on the verge of losing another, but again Romcom trying to give a peel, but there's the snipes coming in but will not connect. They were almost gonna lose Boo, so with them already being out of the picture, they will want to push some more inhibitors, not the inhibitors but the second tier turrets around the map. So they get one onto the mid lane and they're looking for a second onto the bottom, but there's a lot of dive onto Prime. He might be in a bad spot, gets taken down. 3 man would be enough to punish him this time around. So Zohan, they lost their gold laner at a very crucial point. So the Lord was about to spawn real soon, and this does give a lot of pressure again. But again, a 1v1 being won by King Blade against Rodden. So you can see the advantage really building up onto them.
Absolutely, but Romcom trying to get some stacks, but he might get punished for it. Circle Angle has been used, will be forced to retreat instead. Right now the damage is there for Sarkisi, and this might be an enforced shutdown for Killblade. They are going in for a trade, but no, they have to back off. Romcom coming in with some setup. But yep, they have to retreat. I know they are mad at this point, but still they have to control themselves. But no, the Romcom going back again. And Romcom got taken out. That was sad.
Overzealous, they're still trying to go for a shutdown. Yes, and Team LCF, they're getting punished for more that they can shoot. They got one, but they also lost one more member. You can see the positioning coming in from Boo. He's waiting for an ambush onto the Hayabusa, so they get the advantage onto the Lord. So that's a really good positioning. Team LCF, they're playing their cards right. Zohan has no idea, but there is a petrify play onto him in my own. Yes, and that might be the game-changing play Team LCF are looking for. Zohan can do nothing but watch as LCF might want to contest for this lost Lord, as they have the advantage. You can see the pressure already being built up. There's the SOD connecting, but the Lord is already taken down. They do not have the retribution, and the zoning out is really high on the side of Team LCF. They are trying to get the membership down, even though the retribution will be getting the Lord secured from the side of Team LCF, and they're getting the two overwhelmed by the damage of Zohan. They were ahead and their members are taken low, but they have not lost. The sustenance coming in from the hands of this Matilda is so crucial. The shield really changing the tides of the team fight. Zohan are really angry, and Boo still waiting for another ambush play. Again, this time around, Kingblade is really being careful.
That was hilarious, man. He will not take the chance again. He's just going straight up for the Lord. He knows he's missing. He might ambush again. Right up, family problem. Going in from the back line. And look at that. Ooh, SOD has been connected to the back line, it seems. And, okay, they're good though. But right now, King Blade will absolutely demolish that Lord. It's like it didn't even existed, but right now it is Moscow doing a great job doing the split push for their team. Romcom trying to lure them, trying to distract them for some time, and right now meanwhile Sarkisi will be getting the turrets one by one. 2 turrets has been taken out. Might want to recall now. Ooh, will be using the rough waves trying to take out Prime, but he's in low HP. But he is low in HP. No, it is the Rudy that will make sure he goes down.
Eagle being used. Ryan gets taken down, and right now they're trying to look for more team LCA. Finally, they're going for the clapback. There's a two-man lock on to them, and they might get shut down. The vent is being used just for defensively, but for how long can they survive? They get shut down on two. That's three-man being taken down. They're looking for a fourth. There is the defensive Certain Eagle being used by Faden, but can he survive is the question. There's a lot of damage onto him. He gets one shut down, but he gets pinned down and might get taken. And yes, Romcom gets shut down, and King Blade finally getting one of his own. But however, the mid lane turret might not stand. The waves are crashing down from the top lane. LCF, they're finally going with the push. They were waiting for their members to come online, and that is where they are shining. However, Zohan, they're finally back on map. Zohan, he should be able to defend this, but however, with the Lord not being there, Team Zohan actually walked out with, less punishment that they could have gotten provided the Lord was there, Justin.
You man, the whole lead they had in the early game, damn, it just disappeared just like that. The ambushes of Boo outnumbered Zohan there in the scenarios, and definitely those this says that even with a Kadita, even with a non-meta hero, they can go do miraculously good because this guys knows what's up. They can just predict where the players are, and they can just sneak up to their blue buff. That's insane. But right now, Prime did the stacks. Hayabusa are not even going for the Sky Piercer anymore, going for the raw damage itself. Family problem, clearing up the wave. Even Phobius helping Prime get some gold, maybe. But yep, they might want to recall. Look at the boost positioning. Crazy, man. Always want to waiting for Hayabusas to appear. But right now, Family problem will be discovering her.
Yeah, he will get discovered and taken really low. There is the rough wave as well as the Moscow joining the party. A lot of damage onto Family Problem. He uses the Revitalize, but it'll not be enough. But again, there is the tap back from the side of Team Zohan. It's a double kill. Two members getting punished. Boo as well as Starkleys will be taken down. Might this be the mistake Team LCF were known for making will be the question, because they are really running down on the member count right at the crucial moment of the Lord. So there should be a free lot given to the side of Zohan. They are loose, but again, they are low, but again, you can see onto the mid lane. There's a lot of damage onto Faden, but again, Prime trying to go for a clapback. Really low, but again, Rudy trying to chase them down, but Romcom was joining the party. Hayabusa is trying to go in with Ogi, shadow kill, but will it be enough to take Rudy down? Yes, Faden will be getting that kill, but again, Romcom trying to run for the hills. That brought enough time for LCF to be brought back on the map. Well played, but there's the SOD connecting on to Faden. He will be fading out. And just like that, LCA bringing so much advantage to the map. They might.
But right now,
But again, there is another engaged by Win onto the bot lane. There's a lot of damage. The rough wave is there. You can see they are really running low. Once again, they are throwing the lead that they had, and amidst all that chaos, Zohan will be getting their lord onto their side.
absolutely beautifully done by Team Hunt, man. But still, the SOD was one of the best plays of this tournament, I have to say, man. He just predicted it so good there and took out one of the players. But still, Team Sohan got the Lord. They have the tempo in their hand right now still, but they just have to sing the lanes, have to put maximum pressure and try to break through LCF's defense. But it won't be that easy. Look at Boo trying to be sneaky, trying to take out one of the DPS. But yeah, right now Romcom getting some poke damage. Win trying to go with the passive, but look at the HP.
HP bars are really low. Win to be careful. The Lord is crashing down the mid lane, but again, Hayabusa trying to go in, but the Shadow Kill is not yet committed. We are trying to chip the members down. Low HP, but finally the inhibitor will be falling after a long struggle. They have been able to clear the waves out. The sync is not there yet, but again, with that, I think LCF should be backing out. But no, they are going for the play. There's a two-man knock onto there, and they will get shut down. The rough wave making the play right now. LCF, they are hunting the members of Team Zohan. Their SOD will not connect. They're still chasing them down. They need to get the waves. This 3v5 situation, how can they clear it out is the question. They have their core members, only the tanky ones got taken down. However, Zohan, they should be okay because, LCF, they're not forcing it down.
Yo, this Kadita is the menace right now. And even with magic defense, she just takes out people left and right. Right, the two tanky heroes, the Phobius and the Hilda, just got melted by the rough waves. But right now, it seems like the separate beast mode has been copied by Valentina for another team fight. She is ready for now, and it seems like Prime will be trying to get his items done, and he is actually done with the items. He needs some insurance, maybe a maybe an I'm not gonna say, but it might be an immortality because this Kadita is really on form. Look at that, just waiting for someone a DPS to pop up, and she will just go and boom. Someone is invisible. Right now, Lord is popping. Okay, Hayabusa trying to pop, trying to bait Aku, and he will succeed on that.
Oh, that was so close. Both the sides, they could have lost member right before the Lord, could be a tough position to be when the game has already stretched this late, right? The dead timers are really gonna be long, and the lane controls will be where both the teams excelling at. The Moscow can really put pressure to the long lane while the Lord is being taken down, and with the SOD he can just join the team fights, and that's what he should look for. But however, King Blade is really wary of the fact that can happen, the backdoor play, right? So he is there to just deny that. You can see the wave clears already being there, and they are also putting an insurance in the name of Faden to help him support. And with the Lord spawning, Zohan, they should be making their way to the Lord pit. However, LCF has not started it yet. They are waiting for it to just get a bit more um played around. The Lord dance should be there anytime soon. But wait a minute, the 1v1 being there, and there's a wind of nature being used, but it let me not be surviving, help him surviving for long. Faden is also low. He does have the flicker still. Can he get out of there is the question. He uses that. Oh wait, he's trying to turn it around. Can he though? But no, the rough waves will be enough to take him down. That was almost a chance for them to take him down, but they lost 1-for-1. However, the Lord advantage is still there in the hands of Team Zohan. They're taking it down. The Hayabusa, that is King Blade, is gonna get secured. Romcom not in a good spot, really low, but the guiding wind will be helping him getting out of there. Man, this game is absolutely cinema. So many plays happening every now and then.
This Kadita just added a really good spice into this game, man. The play has been done by Boo is absolutely out of this world, man. That was absolutely nice, man. Zohan still have the tempo in their hand, though, since they got the Lord. They just need a really good push. But again, LCV are just really good at defending, man. Last game they have defended, but this Lord it will be the same HP, I believe. So yeah, it will be the same. But right now, look at the damage of the Moscow. Might went with that Trinity build, but the damage is pretty high though.
Mm-hmm. This
Oh
high,
no!
but the wave sync is not really yet there. With that, they're not getting a much play. But again, you can see family problem wasn't a type, but he had to force that revitalize. Also, the vengeance being used is trying to zone the members out. That's too much. Then he can actually survive. Maybe yes, Vin will be getting taken down. And that's a mistake because Prime was also taken down. So two members being taken down. Dead timers this time can work against Team Zohan right at the crucial point where they had the lead to end the game, but a little bit of mishap happened. The wave sync was not really there, so that's where they came short underhand, like under the problem that they are in right now. They need to look for something around the map, but family problem will be spotted. They should be okay. Let's see what's gonna happen here, Justin.
Yup, and Rough Waves has been clogged. Will take out family problem there by Rudy, it seems. Again, they are outnumbered. Zohunt, the game is slipping out from their hands, and the Lord is spawning in 27 seconds. They should be there, but they will be outnumbered at this position. King Blade trying to figure out the position. Romcom is there. Might want to give some poke damage, some extra stacks for his Thunderbelt. Not so bad. But they are in good shape. 67 stacks onto that. But now that's insane. But right now the Lord will be spawned already. What are the teams?
Yes, and right you can see Raren just pick up the Winter Crown to just have more survivability in those team fights. So that's a really handy item to have. And this time LCF are the first one to start the Lord. Zohan are yet to make their way, and there is the Lord Plaza is about to happen. You can see the clapback coming in from the side of Team Zohan. They're looking for the backline, but can they? Those Raren gets taken down. He was just shut down like that, and Rudy also gets shut down. Win will be getting punished as well. The Lord is still at low HP. Raren is not there, so the Faden will be getting the lot, but there's a double kill by Romcom right now. Team LCF, they're looking for a clapback. A double kill by Miraka, and the only one standing is gonna be Family Problem, but he might be in a lot of problem if he does not get out of there. But with the lot still being in their hands, can they defend it though is the question. He does not have enough wave clear, but he should be able to hold the game while the members might be back, but that's a long way story. Again, you can see the waves are being pushed in. LCF, they're trying to look for an end. There is the fist break as well as the fist crack, but the Lord has finally spawned. The wave is still there, but I don't think so. Family Problem has enough wave clear to take it down. He does lose the immortality, and right now the waves are still there, and he's just zoned out by Romcom while Straktis is looking for an end. Can he though? And they should be able to end it. LCF battling against all the odds are still able get that comeback, man. What a match that was. Call it the fifth game of the best of five, as absolutely cinematic it was.
Damn, man, that was a crazy game. The Kadita plays. Kadita is the playmaker here, man, for sure. And definitely the damage coming in from the Moscow at the last, that was insane, man. And the zoning of Romcom was really on point. Took Family Problem out of the scenario while while Moscow just ends the pace. That was hilarious. But I have to say that team Zoan got a lot on their side, but still, it was CF who was so good and defending the Lord, the push, everything they.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally back with the third game, and this time I have a surprise because I have a different caster with me. So, Justin was a bit tired with all the work he had, so he's just taking a little bit short break, and it's understandable. My man is working really overtime at this point. But you know who is not? That is going to be Debbie because she was sitting in a podcast for the last an hour that I was watching her. So she's
Always
finally
on the
back, guys.
way.
So please welcome her.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to be back, but what am I back with? As you know, it's actually 2-0
Sir,
under
what's
the
your command?
scoreboard I'm seeing right now.
Wait,
Is
you're
it,
also
is it
back with the back
Johan?
pain, man. Let's not forget
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Oh
Always
my
on the
god.
way.
Johan needs to win this. I'm back, guys. Try to win. I'm sorry. But LCF,
Yeah.
they already
Sir,
had a leeway,
what's your
right?
command?
Because 2 already just means that they can play very experimental. But right now, I think Johan, they are trying to set their heads
No
straight
one
because
can
the fanny
escape
band
my
coming
iron
through
fist.
LCF, they show the teams up onto the lineup, which means that Blade will be an assassin player, unlike Dusty Mizo. So that has to be something
Magic is
that
my
other teams
life.
are also going to be focusing on. So the Fanny has to go on top of that. The Harris, no one wants to give Prime the Harris if they want to win against Johan. So very understandable, but
Rocks
still.
need no
Johan, they are
protection
in a
from
dire
the
situation
rain.
where they have to go for different kind of bands because these are the bands that you don't want to play against, and it's not unnecessarily a meta, but it's still some hero or kind of a comfort that you do not want to give away to LCF.
And also considering the fact that this is the lower bracket finals, right? And
Yeah.
you should not just
Butterflies
gamble things
born
around
by
at this
thy
point.
wish,
Already
guided
down with
by
3 points.
lantern's light.
Let's see if they have the match point in their pockets. If they want,
Experience
can
the
get the win.
euphony of
However, Zohan, they
suffering.
have the chances to just get back at them. And this time around, they are banning out 2 heroes that was used in the last game. Last 2 games. Last time Zohan got the Matilda in the first game. Next it was LCF. This time it is completely banned. So is the Badang, really being the factor for LCF to go
My
for the
tail's been
set kind
itching
of
for
plays
a
where
real
the pin down is
fight.
there and the rest of the members actually go for the follow up. And again, like in the first game, Rudy gets his hand onto the Kalea. And this does
Oh
seal
my
up the grandeur though, so it's a good start for both the sides.
Yeah,
punch for
good
a
and solid
punch.
start to one securing out to their damage dealers here. But for LCF, they have to directly go for Romcom's pick here onto the forwards. You know what? For LCF, I cannot forget the play styles that of course meanwhile they do have old players and new players that they set up, but Romcom, this guy has been so amazing on any kind of plays, any kind of picks that he's been having, whether it may be the Cho, whether it may be
Muscle
the
of
Badang, or
iron,
even if
bones of
it is the
steel.
Euphoria. So he
Let's hear from
always
the
gonna be
crowd.
making it work.
Make some
So this
noise
time
for
around
yours
he's got his hand on one of his heroes. That has to be the Phobias. Even if it's early, I think it's very, very safe. But Johan, they have a reply of their own, but still I think the CC and the got so very early on. They could have waited it out just a little bit.
I mean, yeah, considering the fact Team LC have already had their roamer as well as the EXP locked in, I feel they kind of rushed in for that pick. But again, it could have been banned in the second phase, right?
I've
So
Oh
been
they're
my
not taking
waiting
any
for
more
too long.
chances, and I feel that will help them go for the carry because why not? In the first game, they used that hero
Among the
really snowballed
planes
well, and
exists the
they're going for what
equilibrium,
they're comfortable with and
which
what
I
worked for
was
them,
made
right?
for.
And they're not changing too much. And I think the most unique pick would be coming from the hands of Boone. That man is known for using heroes that are completely off meta, and he has been able to make those work. Not only is picking those heroes on a whim, he's actually making them work. That is where he's different, right?
Let's fight to our heart's
Yeah, he picked that
content!
hero, he make it work, and he completely ignores it and go for another hero. He's that kind of guy. But look at that limitation mates onto the mid laners here. The Juicin went away. The Eve has to go through, but I think the first side is still available. Maybe LCF, they are just trying to hint down that they want Faden to go for the first side because they do
When you
have an
gaze
intent for
into
any
the
kind of
abyss,
damage coming through for them because the Kalea is there with the dive. So you can dive in with the Tsunami Slam always, almost always, and there is also a phobia. So I think they are baiting out the Farsha because right now they already did ban out the Selena again, which is one of the most comfortable picks for Faden here, for just like Johan. So I think for Johan, what should they ban? Does it has to be
All
a
who dare
Raren
stand
ban
in
again?
my way
Because I've
will be
seen the
devoured.
Phobias, not the Phobias. I've seen the Lucas. We have seen the Baxia, and is it a Hanzo? Okay, there we go. Another jungle ban
Oh
coming
yeah,
through.
I mean, in the first game, I forgot to mention, to you because you were not there. They
Yeah.
actually used the Hanzo. Rarin actually used Enhance and he actually made it
Payback
work because the
time.
immunity, it was like so OP, right? Rarin like had like 4 or 5 level lead compared to King Blade, so that much advantage they had in that game. So this time they completely understand what can work in their favor. They're banning out, and the range was some kind of a problem for the LCF. They get the Farsa, so really textbook picks, right? This time no more
Yeah.
flex pick or the cheesy picks that actually come
I
through.
didn't
And
cure the
I feel
pain. I
LCF, they
harnessed
have
it.
gotten
Oh.
themselves a good hero,
Light
but also
me
wait
up
a minute,
and
they
watch
tripped
the
for the Valentina
world
again,
burn!
and they are also
Xbox.
locking in an X-Borg. So
Oh.
I'm a bit
This
surprised if you
is
ask me.
I'm actually very surprised for Kingblade, especially for Kingblade, because from what we have seen, the Hayabusa is already so available for him because only one jungle ban coming out from the side of LCF here. So they could have used out the Hayabusa because the Hayabusa is so perfect against heroes like the Farsa, like the carry here. So I thought they could have gone for it, but I feel like they are one step ahead in what the thoughts were because they are trying to pick up a true damage jungler so as to bait Raden if he goes for those tanky sustained jungles. There's a direct answer already into the hands of King Blade. But I
Trust.
think
Alpha is
they are thinking
online.
it through. But okay, the alpha was
Mhm.
available. So I think the Xbox pick might eventually not be the best of all, I would say. Or maybe he wants to have an entire burst because there's a carry. I don't know.
I mean, there's a lot of true damage from both the sides, right?
Yeah.
However, I feel it might just come down to how well the skill matchup is there, because a lot of heroes can really be broken if utilized properly, right? Draft is
Mm,
just half of the game. The execution has to be on point. So let's see how does Zohan actually pull through this draft. It's really interesting on paper, right? But the
yeah.
execution part will give us more idea about what they do. But again, guys, if you're just joining in, this is the Prime Brook, not Prime Brook, but Blank Esports presenting on the Prime Brook channel. This is Rise of Legends Season 3, and this is powered by Hama Esports and NXM Gaming Association. This is the lower bracket grand finale, you can say, but again, one team will be moving up and the other team will get their run shot under, just out here ended. So let's see who will getting the final spot, because this is going to be the final game here. Debbie and me will be casting this game. So Debbie, already Team LC, if they are on the advantage, what do Zohan do differently? Let's see.
Yeah, that's okay. Look at the stun coming out from Faden again. But there has to be a good stun because look at the stun is always out for Rudy here onto the Kalea. But Boo, I think he's taken quite low. He might be actually missing out a little bit of his minions if he does not have the heal. But look at the flicker. Oh my goodness, Sinjo. That's a first bot into the hands of the Valentina here.
Yeah, he was really aggressive, and this revitalize already being popped up from family problem. They're trying to look for another kill, as Khale are not in a good spot. Still survives, a lot of sustains coming in, but the Farsa Boo finally back with the wings by wings, but it will not be on time because Rudy will get popped. He still had the flicker, did not commit it still, but Wen will be forced to use the vengeance and get out of there. So that's a lot of pressure already being built, and a lot of resources already being burned before the first neutral objective here.
Yeah, the rotation is quite very dissimilar for King Blade here to go for the XP side, but look at the damage.
Ooh! The Baraka armor will be taken down. Who is finally with the rotation, does not have level 4 yet, but I don't think King will be surviving for too long. Yes, he would not. Romcom gets the kill, but family problem. A bit too late to the party. He might get the stun, but does they have enough damage? Maybe no, maybe yes, but they're trying to go back because there's no support from his team. Valentina is too far to join the party, but again, 4v3 situation. The turtle is up. LCF should be the one taking this down.
Yeah, it's easy for them to have a setup as well because right now all level 4, not Rudy, but it's gonna be very important. But look at that.
Hey, there's a dive, the AOG is used, but Prime will get the kill onto Blue. Gameplay gets the turtle stolen, and right now LCF are on the run. Raren trying to get out of the harm's way, but Rudy's still surviving. And that's a lot of pressure being built, and Zohan just like that, the positioning from Faden although gets taken down, but was so crucial to give the vision to his team, and family problem with a good AOG set really changed the tide of the team fight.
Yeah, this guy, he plays so aggressive and being the visionary of his team as well. So that has to be. Oh, look at the heals coming through.
Oh, Boo gets popped off, and the AOG. I mean, look at that Farsa's ultimate being stolen and used. And might you just see that is a new Farsa skin. That is gonna be the Neobiz skin. Really rocking in the land of Dawn. Looks so pretty, doesn't it, Debbie?
Yeah, it's so pretty. I'm definitely gonna be buying it if I have the money. But I mean, play tournaments for these kind of skins and join, man. But yeah, we also have to focus on
Usually
the
join the
game.
Prime Brook ones.
Yeah, sign up for it because if you want to play the free skins, because Asuna, I don't think he have the skin, but look at that. Oh, Feather Airstrike will be used just for joining out the Lord. The turtle is gonna be upped and no resources for LCL, but looks like they want to look for something at the top lane.
Hey, the retribution was already used ahead, and Rudy's stuck in a bad position. He uses the Tsunami Slam to bring the members down, but there is the feed-in with a stolen one, and right now Rudy will get taken down. LCF, 2 members being taken down. You know, Zohan, they are finally getting more worth around the map. And like you mentioned, the turtle will be up real soon, so they should be at a better spot to take it down. However, the top lane, the gold shade is still up, and there is the AOG again. Not the AOG, but the feathered airstrike again being used just to zone and clear the waves out. So Prime really getting a lot of advantage, should get a good chunk of gold out there. And again, there's the taunt onto Miraka, and he's really chunk low, but there's the AOG there. Purify being used by Boo, still survives, but Rudy trying to zone the members out. You can see there's the damage onto Family Problem, and he was indeed in a problematic situation. Gets popped up, but again, win there. There's a red flicker being used onto Prime, taken really low. There's another knock of him, 100% not really going down. Look at that! Amazing! Amazing curtain call. Such a good use of Micro Man. I kid you not, but oh my goodness! The feathered airstrike out of nowhere. Prime gets popped. Team LCL certainly in the driver's seat. They're throwing everything except for the kitchen sink. There's a Tsunami Slam being used onto the jungler Kingblade, and Draden will get the turtle stolen. And right now, the retribution still is not there for the Kingblade because the blue buff might get stolen again. There's a knock-up. Infernal Pulse is still being there, but there's a lot of damage onto Romcom. The curtain call again being used, but there's a lot of damage onto Win. He gets taken down. The AOG connects on the 2, but he's in a bad spot. Another punish, but the snipe from the town connects. Prime gets the shutdown. Man, that was such a back and forth team fight, wasn't it, Debbie?
Yeah, that was too long for comfort here, especially for Johan. They are not made to stay in team fights. They are made to go for the back and forth poke, because they have a Valentina, not a poker here. But look at that airstrike.
Just gets him taken down. Another kill in the hands of Boo. Not really good spot for Zohan to be in.
Yeah, this is the first, right? When you are not in the range to try to steal out the ultimate, you're not gonna be in a position where you can try to survive or zone it out away. So Faden, I think this time around, I think he has to be careful because the early game is about to be done, and Valentina, even though he signs really well onto the hero into the early parts of this game, has to be careful because the mid game is where the first priority comes through. So he's gonna be dishing out a lot of damage on top of that with just one build, and a lot of crowd control too, because look at that, another one.
I think the feather airstrike was just used zoning out the members, but again there's a stolen Tsunami Slam onto Faden, so he might want to look for a set. But again, Zohan, despite being ahead in terms of kill, does not have any objectives taken down. The structures are still standing. From the side of Team LCF, their turrets are still untouched, Yes, they did get the gold shield, but they have not been able to take a single turret down, whereas LCF, they've gotten one. However, with the next turtle spawning really soon, it should be at a better spot. But again, there is a Tsunami Slam onto the Win, but there is the AOG, but does not connect onto anyone. The curtain call already being used, but you can see a lot of damage being placed onto the member of Team Zohan. I mean, not Zohan, but LCF gold laner. He will get taken down, but again, Family Problem goes in with the Revitalize, but there is the Alpha Strike. But again, on the back line, look at that. Rudy gets brought back to the team, and he will get taken down. What a play coming in from Fade in this time around. Man, the fights are just so cinematic. We see one, we look one, and another one just keeps on happening on the back line. And 2-for-2 trade, the turtles will up. LCF jungler Raren is the one starting it off, but Kingblade is still making his way, so there should be another turtle dance being there, and Pooh also there to zone the members out with the feathered airstrike. A lot of damage onto Fade, and he's really chunk low, but there's a flicker play from Romcom. He gets the knock up. There's an Infernal Pursuit to take him down. The curtain call is already there, but Romcom will get taken down. Wind really taken low, but there's the Garukacha going in, but there's a knockup from Rudy, but there is the Tsunami Slam being used. Will be losing the Firaga armor, but Rudy will be getting taken down, popping him off, gunning him down. Would be Prime dealing a lot of damage, gets a double kill right now, looking for a triple, but Ryan with the own of his double kill, and the turtle is being taken down by Miraka, so they do not care if their jungle is there or not. They won the objective, they won the win. Team LCF, they're completely locked in, and again there's a feather airstrike just to take the heavy chunk of HP down from Prime, but man was really careful out there.
Now that has to be the longest team fight I ever seen. Back and forth movement coming out, but I would say for Johan, it kind of a very advantages for them actually, because Prime is the one getting all the kills, because that has to mean that he's gonna be getting all the stacks onto the Sky Piercer as well as the Capriccio too. So already third build onto his hands, and another fourth one he's gonna go for more, and that's gonna be another damage coming through. But look at Boo.
Ooh, that was so close for combat, but again you can see Family Problem going in with a stun onto Boo, so he will be getting out of the harm's way. He does have the Purify still, so they are trying to push the mid wave. Zohan, they're trying to look for an end. The stun will not connect, but there's a lot of damage being placed onto Family Problem. Mistaken low, the Alpha Spear will not be there, but Prime will be getting taken down. He'll be chunked down, shredded down, but again, a lot of damage being placed onto the members of Team Zohan by Miraka, and the Firaga armor will be also getting popped off. So LCF, they are finally being back on the map. They're getting the advantage. They're trying to look for more resources. However, Zohan, they lost their core laner, but there's the Stolen Feather airstrike being used. But again, you can see the real one dealing in much more damage, but damage being missed onto Windrun, and they'll take him down, and Firaga armor again being lost by King Blade. But again, look at the positioning from Rudy. Is going in with the
provides with the damage, but looks like we're making a bit of a life issue, but here I think for Jordan here, he already got 4 kills. I think for Jordan here, he already got 4 kills. On top of that, he's got the for the airstrike. Oh, look at that.
Ooh, hey, there's a double kill, but
for the airstrike. Oh, look at that.
Ooh, hey, there's a double kill, but you can see a lot of turret goal. I mean, by the jungler, but again, that is a 5v4 situation. Team LCF have gotten themselves into. They need to be careful. The Lord Dance will be beginning real soon, but again, they have their members. It's just Rudy not being there. He has already fallen for 7 times, and I would not kid you. This, Kalea is not really working too well. Yes, he's giving the sets, but being taken down 7 times as a roamer is not really a good feat. You need to be really careful on your KDM sometimes, but again, with the Lord being up, both the sides are trying to make their way, and so are we, trying to get a good glimpse of how the fights will break out, but it's just a little bit issue. But there is a feathered airstrike again being used to zone the members out, but the Lord Dance is still being there. Both the sides, they are trying to look for some kind of play, and we really apologize to our lovely viewers, because there should be the problems with the stream, and will be getting fixed real soon. But again, we're back in the fight. The AOG is there. You can just see the animation, but I think the Lord was secured from the side of Team LCF, and again, they should be getting it a fight being taken down. So yes, there is the feather airstrike. Everything is going in slow motion, but Prime gets a triple kill out of nowhere, man. Wait, what has just happened? We missed out a lot on. We missed in a lot of team fights.
That has to be the thing, but eventually the retribution also gonna be, has to be the most important part of this game, because if you lose out onto the Lord, your signs of life are dead.
Yes, right now Team LCF, they're trying to lose the sign of life with a Boo being taken down, a mega kill being secured by Prime. He is already on a 12 kill spree, and Win will be getting taken down. Romcom gets a kill onto the backline, but again, that's a 1-for-1 trade for both the sides. The Lord is just a few seconds away, so which team will get more advantage, because they do not have Farsa. LCF, they don't have much zoning control. This time around, Zohan are looking more likely to get this Lord. They have better advantage. However, we need to see how will the Lord fight will be getting played here, Zebi.
Yeah, this is supposedly the most important Lord, I would say, because especially for Johan, not for LCF, because even if Johan tries to take this Lord, there are chances that LCF will be able to manage this. Because they have a good clearance, they have a good joining with the Farsa, so they have a good pick off with Rudy as well. So it has to be something that Johan will be mindful of. So they need to secure this Lord. But the thing is, if LCF gets it, Prime! Oh my goodness, we are missing out quite a lot, I would say.
And right now you can see LCF, they will be losing too. Rudy is also low, so is Boo. They're really juggling around. But wait a minute, Rudy will get popped up, but again, King Blade not in a good spot, and he's still being running for the hills. Will he survive though is the question, and right now he will getting taken down. Killing spree for the carry. 3 members being lost from the side of Team Zohan. Family Problem and Faden are the only one defending, and with their goal leader as well as the Hyper being alive, along with Boo, I think LCA, they should be getting this lot completely free, uncontested, but again, Zohan, they're trying to look for a contest, but I don't think so that's a good idea, is it? Because Family Problem will get us taken down, and that's even more tough because Faden and Prime are the only one defending this.
Yeah, it's getting kind of hard to say what the thoughts are running through Family Problems here, but okay, a great attempt coming in from Prime, trying to do, fine, I'll do it myself thingy, but yeah, he wasn't able to, because Raden did use out the retribution to try to secure that Lord. So Johan, I think they are in a very, very tough spot. They have to choose between which tower should they defend, or which the Lord should they take out the Lord, should they take in the Lord to their base and try to defend it into their safety, or if they try to go for the pickles onto Miraka, it's stuck here, because I think the future is so bleak for Johan, because almost any second now the fight might be happening here.
I mean, with the Lord already there, but look at the knockup coming in. There's a Tsunami Slam on 2-1, and right now they are still going for more. The last Insanity being used on the backline. Rudy will get taken down right now. The Lord is still at an 8 healthy HP. King Blade will be falling as well on the backline, and Wade is going against a 1v1. Romcom still trying to survive. Uses a flicker to get out of the harm's way, but Wade is still trying to chase him down. But Zohan, they're finally able to defend that successfully. The Lord push was just averted. They could have gone for an end, but somehow, someway, Zohan still are in this game. 17 minutes into the game. This is just gonna get prolonged even further. Best of 5 series can come out. Again, there's a 1v1 of King Blade. Not King Blade, but Faden will get taken down. He's looking for a double. Miraka with a play. The Vengeance really changing the tide of the game, but not for too long. But this time, the Wind of Nature just being popped up. You can see a 1v1. But that Prime will be getting a shutdown onto the man they were hungry for. Both the gold laners are so crucial and so important in the team fights, but again there's a feathered airstrike being used as though the members out. The waves are coming crashing in. The top is cracked open. The mid, it will be soon be open. 2 members against 3, and they will be getting that pushed down, and with that Zohan will not have a single inhibitor. This is going for bad to worse, but again the signs of life is Prime in this game.
Yeah, the full build already onto Prime here, but he does get the stacks, he does have the advantage, but the only bit of a problem that I have for Johan's composition is that even though he was onto the CC with a lot of defense that he got that right there, he could have gotten for the magic defenses, so that he'll be able to survive the onslaught for Brew here onto the airstrike, because even if he is the only one dealing the magic damage, he's dealing a lot because he already got the penetration on top of the whistling lantern as well. So definitely, I think Johan, their tankier frontliners aren't soaking out the damage that Prime need them to be, because I think if they were able to take out the damage coming out from the side of LCF for Prime, if you have the spacing, that has to be their win condition only, and only that, and I do not see any other kinds where they can try to go look for a contest on this game, or even try to take this game for a win. Picker.
Absolutely. There's a fight going on. The AOG will be used. When it pops up, Boo will get a kill. But again, Family Problem going in. But there is a feathered airstrike finally being used. But a lot of damage being placed on the members of Team Zohan. They're trying to look for a run, but they cannot. They get one on the side of Team LCA, but that's not going to be enough, because the final Insanity will be used. On the last Insanity will be used as a final resort to get out of the harm's way, but the Lord will be getting taken down from the side of Team LCF. Zohan, they are losing 2 members, and with the waves already crashing in, LCF, they have a better time to look for an end. They have their Farsa, but again, without Pirag armor, he should not be just lurking around the map. You can see a lot of damage being used. The feathered airstrike was there to just, get the immortality being popped, but he got out of there. But again, what are the chances LCF can look? Zohan can end this game, defend this game here, Debbie.
Yeah, I think it's kind of bleak because their Nexus is the only thing that's standing as of now. And LCM, they have a good clearing. Romcom is already up. He's gonna be perfectly back with healthy HPs as well. Meanwhile, for Johan, I do not think they have a set or even a clearance as well because Prime, even though he's the Granger, he doesn't have the perfect set or no, the perfect damage to try to go for the burst onto this lot. But it's already evolved. But maybe LCM are trying to look for more.
Yes, they're trying to look for most probably looking for an end, but again, there are members being popped up. They're really low. Zohan needs to be careful. So does LC. They lost their goal later, but they have the advantage 2 for 1. But again, the waves are there. A lot of the healthy HP. They should just lock the base out, but with the members being really low, Zohan are not in a good, comfortable spot to defend this at all. LCF should be getting a game, a dub in this best of 5 series, getting and complete clean sweep 3-0. Man, this was so one-sided, but again, there were signs of life from Team Zohan, but the lights were really bleak, wasn't it, Debbie?
Yeah, it was too bleak, and I blame it onto the composition that they have for the start. And I do not blame King Brave trying to go for the Xbox when there was a Hayabusa because I know that the servers are going to be classic, and you might not be able to play as much as you want to. So the fighter is the way to go. But the thing is, I already did say into the drafting phase where they pick out the Gatot. It was fine there. They pick out the CC very early onto a 4vs2, and that the 4vs, yeah, early game, definitely the CC is definitely going to be having a good time. But when you are in team fights, I think 4vs have a lot more value than the CC, and I don't think it's a wins kind of fault. It's the heroes kind of fault as well because I don't think there are so many people that he could burst down because the 4vs is going to be always jumping around, and Rudy onto the Kalea also. He's not staying in one position, and there's not going to be anything that you can do with a CC here. You could have tried to look for a better setup because they cannot depend only onto the Gatot Kacha here because, yeah. He's good and for Gatot to try to go for the fight or the disengage, but you cannot solely depend on one AOZ that's supposedly the main setter here. You could go try to look for something that can be destructive, something that can try to go into the backline as well. And in the end, they could try to go for those AOZs as the last resort, not the setter ones.
I feel, given the fact, like you mentioned, the server was not in their favor, right? However, they really tried well, but like the composition could have been better. And you were absolutely right about just relying on one set maker. But what do they do against Phobius, right? They need to go for the natural counter that is the Xbox as well as you know
Yeah.
the CC, right? So both the heroes are actually a natural counter, but it was not nearly enough because Team Zohunt, they could not cancel out the feather airstrike really every time. He was on a purify, right? So even with the AOG being used, he was still safe, and there was nobody else to reach him apart from the Garud Kacha. But again, the positioning, gotta give props to that man, right? He was always at a
Mm.
safe spot, giving a lot of damage, and Team Zohan, they could not do much but just watch as they had to succumb to the damage and to the greatness that Team LCA provided in their lineup. So I would say that was a really an execution prowess that Team LCA went for, and they did so well. So they will be getting the final slot for the finals. The grand finale that is gonna happen tomorrow. So they're gonna go against Team Aijin. So two powerhouses meeting once again. This is gonna be
Yeah.
an insane battle, man. So I'm really excited to see how it unfolds. But again, Zohan, a valiant effort, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think they could, losing out two games directly in a row is something that's not very very good for mentality. But especially going against big teams like IZN or LCF, they could have they really did try their best and kudos to them for playing it so well. But you know what? I think is, I cannot stretch this long enough. It's just that LCF, they have such a such a powerhouse. I think into the XP side. Romcom, who is this guy? I really want to know. This guy is so amazing. Every time I see him play, he's just mean set makers. I mean, Rudy is there, very perfect, but you have to have your enabler, right? And this XP guy, Romcom, definitely this guy is so amazing. I have to.
And I mean, while Debbie does that, we know we need to just get things prepared for tomorrow. But again, congratulations to Zohan for being the third place team in this tournament. They actually came through all the way from from 256 teams, and they have made their final way
Mm.
out here. So gotta give the props to him. They were not a team just there. They battled it out. They fought well, but sometimes even with your best efforts, you can come in short. So this was one of the situations. But again, they can bounce back stronger. They have a lot of talented members. So we would love to see them, coming back stronger. But again, with that, guys, tomorrow, don't forget to catch the live action of the grand finale at the Prime Brook channel, because Rise of Legends Season 3 will be, claiming their champions for this season. And you should be there to witness which team will be rising as the legend this time around. So if you guys have anything else to do, reschedule it. Just have your entire evening free, because this is gonna go even rent free. This is free to watch, guys. What is stopping you?
Yeah.
You just need to just sit down. You need just to watch it down and just be a witness for this amazing matchup that is gonna take place. LCF taking on Team IGN. Will it be IGN still being at the top themselves? Let's see how it unfolds. But again, Debbie, before we end, do you have any final words?
Yeah, good luck to the teams that I'm supporting. I'm not saying, but yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Very,
Okay.
very discreet, very discreet. But yeah, we don't know which teams that Debbie is supporting, guys. But again, yeah,
Yeah,
on
I
Debbie.
don't know. That's it
Mm.
then. That's it.
Yep. And guys, thank you for joining in today. It was amazing to have you guys. So don't forget to catch tomorrow, as we will be awaiting you guys with even much more surprises and exciting news. So yes, with that, we will be calling it a night. Thank you for joining in. It was amazing to have you guys, and thank you to Debbie as well, and the rest of the production that is Justin for still able to deliver despite having the issues. So with that, a big shout out to entire crew for pulling today off, and tomorrow awaits a more harder day, so we hope to deliver you even better things. Leaving aside the shortcomings, we will be back with stronger and better things. Thank you for joining in.
Alpha, my dear doomed king. The time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity. Doomed king. The time has come to cast away